Okay, there is a 10-second delay. It is 4:48 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Wednesday, February 12th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Again, it is now 4:49 a.m. PST, February 12th, PST, February 12th, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuing the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, that being said, we do have some updates that we need to go over. First, we're going to start by showing that once again, because of the rampant escalation, intimidation, and tampering of yesterday that took place for the 9 hours from 8 a.m. to 5:22 p.m., I am recording on the Lenovo ThinkPad and will be recording 24/7 going forward offline, because Unit 207's desperation and criminality is just too much to handle. As you can see, the recording that's running on there has been running for 13 hours and 45 minutes and 37 seconds. My front door is closed, as I have been instructed to keep it closed by the FBI since January 2nd, 2025. That's not changed. In fact, there are literally nails in place to prevent the door from opening without you guys once again breaking property, as occurred with the last breaking and entering that you're all going to be convicted for, where you endangered my disabled minors, my sons, that you criminally and illegally abused for the last 13 months directly and with your co-conspirators. And then you premeditated and facilitated the kidnappings of, like was reported for months prior, including direct calls to you asking you not to do that using your co-conspirators, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother. Other updates that are important is the FBI had me make a video that preceded this video. It is available on the livestream channel, and it addresses specifically the criminal conduct of yesterday regarding stalking and regarding the criminal terminations of the live stream yesterday on 2/11 from 8 a.m. to 5:22 p.m., 24 counts total. And it's only 10 minutes and 50 seconds long. And then the preceding live stream to that, 2/11, 5:22 p.m., North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, prosecutors et al., conspiracy, fraud, etc., exposed, prison, millions inevitable. That video was the first video that they didn't criminally and illegally end since yesterday at 8 a.m. And again, I think it's fair to speculate it's because that Lenovo ThinkPad recording was put directly on the beginning of that video, as a woman upstairs was real pissed out and bummed about it. So was a man, and you can hear that it's addressed in the recording. Other than that, let's go over the updates we need to go over, and then we'll play the recording the FBI wants me to play for you that's 15 minutes long. So Unit 207 has illegally shut off. Oh, you know what? I've been saying 24. I think it might be 23, though. Unit 207 has illegally shut off 23 lives from 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. on 2/11. A male from their unit was outside stalking me at 5:20 before entering their balcony door. Then timestamp 8 a.m. PST, February 11th, 2025. Update. The criminal conspiracy centered in Unit 207 persists. Yesterday, February 10th, a brief visit by a male individual just before noon, delivering written materials, suggests further coordination and planning. This was followed at 2 p.m. PST by the North Everett Precinct's predictable and unlawful rejection of the February 8th police report / addendum, a blatant act of obstruction. Unit 207 continues to operate under a delusion, failing to grasp that their actions constitute an aggravated criminal conspiracy, verging on domestic terrorism, targeting an FBI informant. Their stated intent to, quote, pretend to cease stalking while continuing to do so alongside plans to send multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd, believing my, quote, participation, end quote, is required, is further evidence of their criminal intent and their detachment from reality. Their continued illegal terminations of these live streams are recorded. Since February 1st, no thumbnail of a selfie of myself from the month of January has been added to further delineate these terminations. Any termination without my oral statement and a restart of the live stream in 90 seconds or less is a criminal act. Since the February 8th filing, 2 additional live streams have been illegally terminated, February 10th, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m., incurring an additional $20 million in penalties. These and all prior penalties remain in effect. They have incurred penalties in the millions for their actions to attempt to obstruct, tamper with evidence, intimidate, harass, stalk, violate my civil rights, violate the ADA, endanger my children, commit fraud, and more. These penalties are legally binding. The FBI is fully aware. Fully aware. Now, we do need to go over the more important update, which the FBI wants me to play, and I'm going to play that recording in a moment here. But I do need to make sure we are still connected and that we still have audio in this live stream, again, based on their criminal conduct. We still have audio in this live stream, again, based on their criminal conduct. We still have audio in this live stream. Okay, I'm going to now end the Lenovo ThinkPad recording. I will be initiating another after I email this one to myself. So I am ending that now, the one that's run for days. And then I'm going to open back up my camera so I can get to that recording that the FBI wants me to play for you, which is the February 8th addendum. The FBI is very happy with the February 8th addendum. Unit 207 is now trying to corrupt the recording that I just ended that you all saw an image of. I'm no longer able to access my gallery. It says it's an unknown file type. It says vid underscore 2025 0211 underscore 1504 304 38 MP4. Here, I'll show you. CRS swap is not a supported file type. So Unit 207 is trying to destroy and tamper with that recording that you've seen yourself in this video in the last 2 preceding videos so that it can't be emailed or opened up now. Really, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to prison for that. It is 4:56 a.m. Wednesday, February 12th. I will find the recording that you guys need to listen to, unless Unit 207 has done this to all of the videos on here, which is possible. I mean, it doesn't make much sense, but they're so desperate and they're going to prison for the rest of their lives if you miss that. If you miss that little tidbit. Now, I am not even attempting to play the recording that I just ended. I'm attempting to play the recording that is from February 8th. So I'm clicking on camera. And it appears that they've either erased every single video and or no videos can be opened anymore. So I am Xing out. It's 4:57 a.m. Let's make sure this live stream's even still connected. The female federal felons and males upstairs are happy with this. I assure you, if you made any proclamations that anything happened yesterday during the times when you guys were criminally and illegally shutting off the live stream, you'll be convicted for it. Live stream, you'll be convicted for it. That's an absolute. Now, I'm once again going to attempt to open the recording that I'm attempting to access, which again is not the one that ran for 14 hours. Now I am no longer able to see the recording I'm attempting to find, but I can see the recording that they are tampering with of that recording from yesterday that you already saw the runtime of. Okay, I've magically been able to access that video now, but now I can no longer access the other recordings which I need to play you. So this has magically literally just appeared, and it shows the runtime of 13:50:39.
Also,
this is this recording.
Why you are all going to prison. The whistleblowers are the only exceptions. So don't
military time,
1504,
304 yesterday.
You've been part of perpetrating 250 separate criminal actions against me and my sons that you've abused for over a year straight, specifically guided by their disabilities directly and with your co-conspirators.
I'm being told the file size is too large for me to send.
Whom you have stalked without abatement, cyber attacks, stolen from, and
anyway, as I stated, though, this is not the video that I actually am looking for. I'm trying to play the video that I was previously able to access every time that I opened up my camera, which has the recording of the February 8th addendum. However, Unit 207 is only reflecting the video that I just ended. So I have a loop around, and that loop around is to go back to one of the live streams from yesterday. They criminally and illegally ended from 8 a.m. And you'll just have to hear everything that I've already told you, less the 23 or 24 illegal terminations of my live stream. Illegal terminations of my live stream that took place between 8 a.m. and 5:15 p.m. So I am clicking on the streams. Also, keep in mind the last two preceding live streams, I do need to add a selfie of myself from last month to the thumbnail. I planned on doing that as soon as I began playing this recording. But since they're preventing me from accessing that recording, I'm just going to go back to yesterday's recording from 8 a.m., which does include the information that I just went over after going over the terminations. I'm going to click on the 8:35 a.m. one. I'm going to try and fast forward to this because, again, it goes
live stream, they criminally and illegally intent to, quote, pretend, end quote, to cease, stop, violate my civil rights, violate the ADA, endanger my... Okay, so this is yesterday's recording, 2/11/8:35 a.m. What you're hearing is the end of yesterday's update before the 24 illegal and criminal terminations. But I'm about to get into the recording that I can no longer access because of Unit 207 that I needed to play for you. So give it 30 seconds and you'll hear what you need to hear. For my children, commit fraud, and more. These penalties are legally binding. The FBI is fully aware. Now, that being said, the FBI does want me to play for you a recording that I made on Saturday of the last filing that should be in any and all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Quinn, and should have been personally delivered to any commissioners or judges by anyone involved in any sort of litigation with me, all of which is fraudulent and criminal. Keep that in mind. So I'm going to press play and you're going to hear that now. Just keep in mind, it is actually February 11th now, Tuesday. The updates are in the description. It is 8:07 AM PST. Here is the recording the FBI would like me to play for you. You might want to fast forward about 6 minutes into this live stream from this point if you don't want to hear all of the judicial notes and notices about incorporation and what this is an addendum to. It's mainly there for lawyers and people who may be coming and not knowing anything at all about the current investigation that's going on in case. So let's press play. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit207 has effectively destroyed that as well in their ongoing pattern of obstruction of justice.
I am turning that video, attaching it to Google Drive from the email address that I had to create yesterday because of the federal felons upstairs.
February 8th, 2025.
And then it will be emailed to Mystic Gwen, Lynette Renee Hansen at gmail.com, the real Mystic Gwen at gmail.com.
February 4th, 2025, 10:08 AM PST. Previous addendums, February 6th, 2025, 7 AM PST. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 PM PST. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject: supplemental information regarding.
Real quick, I'm just going to pause it because I'm going to start a video on the Lenovo ThinkPad because I don't trust anyone upstairs in Unit 207 who is currently pissed off that I'm uploading the video to Google Drive in order to email it to myself as though it was some sort of new instruction. Just to be clear, yesterday, because of their criminality, the FBI had me create yet another Gmail account. That's the Google Drive it's being uploaded to. That account is felons in Unit 207 at gmail.com. Felons and Unit 207 at gmail.com. So I am starting a recording on the Lenovo live stream, and I need to do that really quickly, and then we'll resume playing on what you were just listening to. This is the Lenovo recording. It is 5:05 a.m. PST, Wednesday, February 12th. I am going to quickly show this in the live stream. That this live stream has just begun on the Lenovo ThinkPad, 20 seconds in. Again, it's Wednesday, February 12th. Now I'm going to resume what I was playing, and I am going to also go to the preceding live streams and make sure to add those selfies as well as to adjust the title and description of this video. That will all be happening while you're listening to the remainder of the recording I just began. Here you go.
Regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties. February 8th, 2025. Demand for immediate action and notice of intent to seek maximum notice to seek maximum notice. This document serves as the third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy, the blatant and ongoing obstruction of justice, the endangerment of my children, further acts of retaliation, and the accrual of additional financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 PM PST, due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500594, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage reference within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actionable kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had, quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference in the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025 is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 AM PST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts and escalation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons, under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6th, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025. Evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit 207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation. It is strongly suspected that these actions were taken to either A. create a false impression of personal service or my voluntary exit from my residence, or B. to conceal evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m. Knocking. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass. C. February 8th, 2025, 5:30 a.m. PST. Confirmation of imminent break-in. As of approximately 5:30 a.m. PST on February 8th, 2025, the male in Unit 207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett Precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year and specifically reported to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit 207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd because the attorneys involved, at least 2 of whom are facing federal disbarment, are aware that this conspiracy will result in additional and more serious charges being filed. D. Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties, beginning in September 2023. 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024. Signage. Dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF and Unit 207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, illegal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks and months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticway. Direct communication, all conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters end August 14th, tort claim filed in case number 10-500-5934. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior. They were giving cease and desist letters. The involvement of Everett Public School District. The potential involvement of the Everett Public School District, an institution with which I had a long and positive relationship as a art docent, special ed para-volunteer, enhanced teaching volunteer, and donor, is noted with grave concern. This highlights the sprawling nature of the conspiracy and its willingness to corrupt and exploit various institutions. I volunteered for an average of 40 hours a week from 2012/2013 to the start of 2020, and donated tens of thousands to the school district. F. Podcast interference. Unit 207 and or their co-conspirators have blocked my podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticglenpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Glen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. By 8 PM PST today. G. FBI timeline and intent. The FBI informed me in December 2024 of their plans to incarcerate officers involved in the conspiracy in March 2025. Subject to change based on the conspirators' actions. Unit 207's statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties of fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date. $10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. $10 million for each and every instance of stalking. $10 million for each and every instance of harassment. $10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations, $10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations, $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events subject to quadrupling. The $40,000 for the knocking, or the $40 million for the knocking and $40 million for the obstruction based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant. The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them. The FBI maintains that anyone and or everyone sticking to the perjurious and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware of these developments. This document serves as formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 8th, 2025, time 7:12 a.m. Pacific time, 7:12. Okay, it is actually 8:23 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It is now Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. There are updates in this video. They're addressed in the beginning of the video and they're also listed in the description. Now I gotta talk to the FBI real quick. Nerd Squad is reflecting as 214 videos set for public consumption on YouTube.
Trying to get to the recording to stop it from talking. Okay. It is actually Wednesday, 5:21.
It is now 9 a.m. PST.
Wednesday, February 12th, 2025, 5:21 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Now I do need to talk to the FBI. FBI, there are 238 videos set for public consumption as of this present point in time. Be advised, I did change the preceding live stream's title just to make it a little bit clearer as to what it is, since it only has a runtime of 10 minutes and I ended it. It's now been changed to the title to 2/12/434 a.m. 24 counts of obstruction / tamper / offline recording in effect. 2/11 8 a.m. to 5:22 p.m. Unit 207 NEP et, because it should say et al. And this video is still titled as such. Let's make sure we still have audio, although I imagine since the Lenovo ThinkPad is actively recording, we're all done having issues of 24 counts. Actively recording, we're all done having issues of 24 counts over 9 hours being perpetrated by you imbeciles who are disgraces to everyone in the enforcement and public service community and human beings in general, in fact. I'm not a fan of people who abuse disabled children via their disabilities. I'm not a fan of people who stalk women who have been victims of stalking. I'm not a fan of people who care more about their career, their reputation, and their pay than they do about morality, ethics, or the law. And most notably, I'm not a fan of anyone that's been labeled a domestic terrorist like your entire aggravated criminal conspiracy, fools. Now I'm going to go back to my podcast. And remember, that Lenovo recording will be recording all day. And then it will be uploaded to the Google Drive. And I'll show you on the live stream as I email it, just like I did previously today. Have a nice hump day, federal felons.
That her lawyer told her that she couldn't apply for asylum in the US, which I knew was wrong. but I didn't question her on it because I assumed the lawyer knew more than me.
But Eden became increasingly distressed.
My lawyer is detransitioning me. He told me to dye my hair black, which I did, then try to get the barber to cut my hair short. I had to dye it a color I didn't want, cut it like I didn't want it to be cut, change parts of my wardrobe.
You can see changes from the photos Eden posted while staying in the apartment. She arrives with vibrant purple hair. There are photos of her in floral dresses, around Halloween. She wore bold Gothic jewellery. Over the next 6 weeks, you see her hair turn black. It's cut much shorter. She also wears neutral, non-feminine clothes. Eden spoke to Hayden about these changes.
She said they wanted her to look normal. That was the way that she put it.
Again, Nerd
They
Squad,
made her
I'm
dress
watching
a
this
certain
live
way.
stream
Made her
on the
act a certain
Lenovo
way.
ThinkPad from that
Made her
other
certain
account, and
way.
Unit
She had to do
207 is
certain
preventing
things,
the live
and the
stream
real
from
her was
reflecting
just
any
lost,
viewership,
gone in that process.
which, if you've been watching the
I
live
want to know
stream,
more
is
about
exactly
Anna
what occurred
and
for
how
all
it ended up
23 or
getting involved
24
in
live
the
streams
first
they
place.
criminally and illegally shut
I mean,
off to
that's anything
terrorize me,
online
to
that
obstruct
might connect me with
justice, to
someone
tamper
who
with
knows it.
evidence, and to
So I just
tamper
come
with the
across some of Barrett's
FBI
legal reviews,
informant who's been
and
telling
he's
them
reviewed
all
two
since
places
before
in
they made their
Virginia.
actionable
One
kidnappings
of them
actionable
is
that
a
the
hair salon. He
FBI
gave it 5 stars. So I think
is letting
if
you
I
do
put
all
an
the
appointment
crimes you
there,
need to go to
maybe
prison
some of
for
the staff
as
can
long
give me some
as you have
information on
left
him.
to live. Remember, they had
You can
me
watch it
literally
again.
say in
It
my
looks-
filing 2
how
months
does it look
ago
with
that
that?
they're going to
It's
arrest
watching
you
what?
next month,
My appointment is booked with Irving.
unless
He's
you
our
just can't
manager,
resist a third
who has
count
worked
breaking
with
and
over
entering
10
sooner.
years. I show him the picture I have of Badder.
Yeah, that's him.
I have no intention of ending
He's not
this
as
live
ugly
stream
there as him.
until it's reached at minimum 11 hours of
More like that.
recording.
But his hair is shorter.
Irving tells me that he previously sold this building to Badder and is now renting it from him.
Yeah, he owns the building. And he paid cash.
Okay. Is that unusual or normal?
Of course it's unusual.
I was thinking one thing.
But he's got some pretty heavy backing from Saudi Arabia, I guess. So
What does he do for work?
he's an attorney.
So how often does Badder kind of come around here?
Not very often.
When was the last time he was here?
About a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Sorry, just missed him.
Yes, you just missed him.
Irving also told me that Badder is a lawyer with an office in the area. Another source shared his most recent work address with me. I'm going to try and find Badder at this location. We're waiting outside the office to see if we can spot Badder.
Okay, it's 4:30.
After waiting for hours, someone comes out who looks like the man in the picture and gets into a car.
Go, 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 go.
I follow the car for a while and notice it has an unusual number plate. It's light blue with a red stripe along the top. But this is no ordinary plate. It's a diplomatic number plate. We can see the letters LN, which are the country code for Saudi Arabia, and also the letter S, which stands for Foreign Embassy Staff. This suggests that the person driving the car works for the Saudi Embassy. So we call the embassy to ask for Badder.
Thank you for calling the Royal Embassy of Saudi Arabia in Washington, D.C.
Someone answers, and we ask to be put through to Badder. But then,
Voicemail system is unavailable. Try again later.
Badder seems to be working as a private lawyer in the US and also at the Saudi Embassy. I couldn't get through to him at the embassy, but I keep digging online to find more about his work. I found a post from 2018, a parent asking Badder for help. Their son was a Saudi student and was in prison, and they were seeking Badder's assistance. Searching US court records, I find that the student had fled the country and was a fugitive from justice. I went through other records of Saudi students listed as fugitives and reached out to the American lawyers who handled these cases. One agreed to speak with me, but didn't want to be identified. He claims Badr assisted Saudi students in evading criminal proceedings in the United States. His words are voiced by an actor.
Badr would come to the meetings with an Arabic form headed by the Saudi embassy for students to sign. I remember in some cases, suspects would be there in the first hearing, and when it came to the second hearing, they would disappear.
I found a case online of 2 Saudi students questioned over the killing of an American man in 2021.
This weekend, a stabbing killed a man in Uptown.
Days after the stabbing, they flew back to Saudi Arabia. A source who worked with Badr told us he helped arrange their travel. They were later charged with murder. We contacted the Saudi embassy, asking if they knew about Badr al-Amer's involvement in this case, and Eden's claims that he encouraged her to detransition. They didn't respond.
I can't take the asylum process. I have to go back to Saudi.
Towards the end of 2022, Eden told her friends that she was going to leave the United States and return to Saudi Arabia. Her messages suggest Badr told her she could not apply for asylum in the US. But I've been told by a US immigration expert that if Eden had applied for asylum, there's a 99% chance she would have been successful.
I don't really know if it's safe for me to go back, but I'm going with a lawyer and wishing for the best. Tomorrow I'm leaving. After then, the Pandora box opens, and whatever happens, happens.
In December 2022, Eden flew back to Saudi Arabia on a flight she says was booked by Badr. Roxy told me about the treatment Eden received when she arrived.
She said that her parents went into her room and took her passport, took all the money that she was saving up, took the HOT that she had hidden. She was just sort of telling me how there was nothing for her to do other than just wait.
Unable to take hormone therapy, or HRT, and having to live as a man in Saudi Arabia, she stopped posting as much online. And in February 2023, she shared a video with a friend. We can't see who's speaking, and we've distorted the voice. You hear a relative shouting at Eden, calling her a donkey and berating her for dressing as a woman. The relative says there are only male and female. Nothing else. We contacted Eden's family to ask if they wanted to take part in this story, but they did not respond. Michael Bacalico and Badr al-Amer didn't respond to our questions.
I have evidence that they hired a bunch of people to take me back to Saudi.
2 months after her return, Eden messaged a friend saying she believed her parents were involved in getting her back to Saudi Arabia.
The lawyer that was helping me with asylum was working with my parents behind my back.
Eden never shared the evidence she claimed to have. She spoke with friends about her plans to escape Saudi Arabia, but with no passport, her options were limited.
She said that it was just sort of a waiting game until she could find an opportunity to save enough money and get her passport back to figure something out, and that she would just try to hang in there in the meantime.
Parents found my HRT again. It's over. I'm gonna write my note and post it.
Hours later, Eden posted what would become known as her final message. Hayden and Roxy still remember that day clearly.
Around 10 p.m. that night, my ex-wife runs into the room, wakes me up and says, Hayden, really bad news. Eden killed herself. All these wonderful things about her, all these horrible things about her, she's a person. There's a lot more there than just a trans person. She was my sister. She was my son's aunt. And she was my friend.
I want to believe that as her final message, she wanted to give us the information that she had so that someone else could do something with it and bring justice.
If you or someone you know is struggling, help is available. In the
Sad
UK, you
story,
can contact
dude.
Samaritans at
But then at the same
samaritans.org.
time, why would you
The international
only listen to
helplines,
one
visit
lawyer?
befrienders.org.
And why would you listen to a lawyer that's like telling you to be boy again?
Thanks for listening to this
And go
episode
back
of
to the place where
Documentary.
you know they
I'm
won't let
Katie
you
Lee. It was produced by me.
be
and
what
Rob
you want to be.
Simon
Yeah,
Cox is the editor, and it was mixed by Neil Churchill.
poor girl, though. That's super sad. She might not have even killed herself. She might have been murdered by one of the
This
relatives.
BBC podcast is supported by ads outside the UK.
With so many options, why choose Arizona State University?
For me, the only online option was ASU because of the quality. Their faculty was really involved with their students and care about your personal journey. The dedication to my personal development from my professors, that's been extremely valuable to me.
Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university. Online, that's a degree better. Explore more than 300 undergraduate, graduate, and certificate programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
The problem now is that we don't want to wait. We want to fall in love quick. We want to have everything quick. And in the waiting and in the playing with the waiting, the magic happens. You know, when you're not thinking, the thinking is too much chaos. And it's good. Chaos is good too. Chaos means order too for me, you know, like they're not rejecting each other.
This is Barbara Sanchez-Kane. They're a fashion designer and an artist. But that's not quite right.
A lot of people try to dismantle a name, calling me like a designer and then an artist. And to tell you the truth, the same. I do understand people need like divisions, but one thing cannot live with the other thing. Actually, never think about how they're gonna cross, but they always have this orgastic moment.
Barbara, who uses both male and female pronouns, is the founder of the masculine fashion label Sanchez-Kane. When you wear a piece of Sanchez-Kane, you're not just wearing cotton or wool or leather. You're wearing slap straps, parcel tape, condoms, garments made entirely of belts or zippers, clothes with gaping windows to your body, clothes so sculptural they make your body disappear completely. Barbara's guiding force is the macho sentimental, a hedonistic clash of masculinity and femininity. You're listening to In the Studio on the BBC World Service. I'm Alice McKee, and in this episode I'm joining Barbara Sanchez-Kane as she embarks on the creation of her next collection. Like Barbara, I'm a lesbian and somewhat ambivalent about gender, so have always hovered at the fringes of masculinity, drawn to the promises men's fashion makes about power, desire, and autonomy. I want to understand how Barbara is taking menswear and turning it inside out, Frankensteining a new kind of masculinity in her own image.
In 98, because I remember it was football. I'm not a fan of football, but my dad went to something of football, like the World Cup. And he came back with this linen white double piece of suit. And it was my first suit. I was like 19 when I became obsessed with suits, every type of suit.
I've come to Barbara's studio in Mexico City. It's tucked away in the Roma district, home to the city's artists and experimenters.
I grew up in a very conservative place. I was a little bit like numb in a way, and I guess the only thing that felt myself, like mine, and nobody could take it away, but in a sense, was what I was wearing. It's what clothes do, you know. It could be like a protective tape to people who not get that close. So for me, it was the first barrier I knew, and it was the most easiest way to get around.
So what was it about that first linen suit that sparked Barbara's curiosity? And why did he want to start making them himself?
To understand, let's say, the ground of the tailoring practice on a blazer or a coat, the layers that hold what you only see, the different inner fabrics that hold the outer, is very structural. And I like playing with tailoring to dismantle the layer or penetrate the layer you're not supposed to penetrate. Okay. Or what else do I have here? A boot, that's a mechanic boot that does lorry pulls.
Oh!
Walking around Barbara's studio is like taking a tour of a mad scientist's laboratory. It's hard to pass everything I'm seeing. I go to sit down on a chair before realizing it's been constructed from parcel tape. As I talk to Barbara, a mass of interwoven belts dangles from the ceiling between us, like a biblically accurate BDSM babymobile. There are boxes filled to the brim with ordinary objects, unrecognizably twisted or turned inside out, slap straps,
And she had a one because you can have
and punching bags.
so it becomes moldy in the inside because of the sweat. Anger molds. What else do I have here?
Do you think it helps, like having like all of the stuff you've worked on before around? Like,
Definitely. Because somebody's like, "You're such a designer with your mood board." I was like, "What?"
it's like a mood board you can live in.
Yeah.
At the center of the studio is a gigantic sculpture of a woman, not what you'd expect to find in the workshop of a menswear designer. It's a twin of Enrique Alciati's bronze statue of Diana the Huntress from Greek myth, which has watched over a busy intersection of the Roma district since 1942.
And it was installed without clothing, and people were very shocked about seeing a woman undressed in the street. So they put her with the loincloths, and then for the Olympic Games '68, they wanted to like make Mexico like modern and and whatever that means. So they were like, "Oh, just take the loincloth off." I did the whole reduction of the sizes, and it's a beauty pageant, the sizes chart. So it's like this archetype of woman that fits obviously this men idea about what the woman should look like, or even dress like, or undress like. Carlos Monsiváis described that we live in un país de mojigatos. I don't know the word in English, mojigato. Fruitness, ruins everything. There's always a myth that she had an arrow, but she never had an arrow. There's always this myth, like 6 months after, I've never seen a picture with an arrow of her.
But she had a bow, right?
Bow, but the arrow, it's gone. So it's just a woman there, like without protection, because the government is our protector, or something like that. Like,
it's interesting that she's never allowed to have an arrow. Like,
there's always these stories.
She could be undressed.
No arrow.
Barbara tells me she's not sure what she wants to do with her Diana yet. Understandable. She's already in the thick of several projects, crossing the worlds of fashion, sculpture, performance, and more. It's actually a little difficult to keep up. But every project begins with a charcoal sketch. Over and over, I see they've sketched on top of photos of models, outlining a tangle of two bodies, contorted into the shape of a vest.
So first, I did this in the Broadway, like it's more about men referring to lesbian as the sex about scissoring.
Oh yeah.
So the scissoring, what would I say? Instead of modeling a mannequin, because I was by myself at night, so I drew, because I was like, I want this feeling, like when you go like this, do something and there's your finger.
Do you imagine in your head who's gonna wear that or use that?
Sometimes yes, but not necessarily. It's the first place of encounter. It all depends. Say how you fall in love different ways. Yesterday I was talking to this artist that wants me to design something for them. I was like, I don't know, so what's elegance for you? What's seductive for you? Talk to me about what is seductive for you, because I'm not in your body.
Before we fall any further into the wonderland of Sanchez Kane, I wanted to better understand Mexican fashion, its past and present, the order that Barbara is creating his chaos from. So I headed to the textile markets in Mexico City's Centro Histórico.
There's a lot of textile industry in Mexico, but for years it was just like a pretty standard pieces. I mean, all the garments that we used to produce, it was just like really simple, really plain, no creativity maybe. I mean, there's a lot of like traditional garments, like sombreros or boots or things.
the Mexican masculinity here calls the charro.
The charro, it's like a classic horseman. Here exists one national sport called charreria. Well, it's more like rodeo person.
Bad boy, but not a sexy bad boy.
In the last 5 years, the Mexican sign is changing. Now have a more exploration.
All of the creative people are trying to innovate, not just about the shapes, but maybe, I don't know, the cuts or the material. So I think it's getting every time more like outrageous somehow, not really simple, maybe a little bit more queer, a little bit more punk.
The people is so free, I think so. For example, the new designers have the concept, the genderless, so it's free, it's free.
The city might be at the cutting edge of fashion, but this isn't the story everywhere.
The city might be at the cutting edge of fashion.
People doesn't like experiment a lot with their clothing. They don't want to. Mostly girls don't want to bring attention to them.
This is Paulina Garcia, one of Mexico City's few female tailors and a longtime collaborator of Barbara's.
When Schiffer hands me something, I am like, oh, how long it's gonna this take me, or how many mocks I have to do to achieve this. It's like a puzzle. That's the part that I like the most. I start like putting the puzzle like in my mind that, okay, because patterns is flat, like blue paper for a building. It's all flat. And then you have to think which one of these is going to be like a circle or a feet or a hand or something like that. I was always inspired by McQueen and all these great designers that if you open any garment, you can see like very polished, very quality finishes. And with Barbara, that's the most difficult for me, because when something has a lot of material or shapes popping up, it's like a floating canvas. And then we built all of the inside, like the garment was just simple. So we make basically we make two. But when it's finished and it's just like the sketch, that's the most joy there.
Back at the studio, Barbara's scissoring sketch is coming to life.
So Paulina did, this looks like a soft sculpture just because Paulina did the pattern making. And now we 3D scan, so that's where you have all the folds. And this is plastic now, and this, it's going to be in the inside of it.
It takes its place among a host of strange figures hanging throughout Barbara's studio, many of which have been woven out of cheap plastic belts, another recent project of his.
I love when I'm by myself at night here. I've been staying, shaking the bells. I'm like, hopefully I don't fall from the stairs because nobody will save me. I'm like, but then I do it, and then I leave, and then the next morning it's like, oh, I love you, or I hate you, or let's work on you again. And then the minute you take it off, I don't know how to put it back again. It's something very like a trance. It's like 2 hours that you're not thinking because you're so involved into it. I don't know how to get back at it. I don't know even how to get it. Arturo that works here, like he took it down. I was like, I don't know how I put it. You remember? Yeah. And it took a week because I was like, I cannot see you. I was like, I cannot see you, and I go do something else. And then one day I was like, Arturo's like, we need to put it back again. I was like, okay. First thing in the morning, I'm gonna take her and put it back again, and then it happened. But it's very intuitive. I like this dichotomy that she works with, feminine and masculine, and these macho stereotypes. We live in Mexico, a very patriarchal society. You still catch fathers, even younger generations, talking to their sons or daughters, telling boys don't cry, girls should sit like this. If you have a brother, he can go out and you can't, and something like that. Even if you walk on the streets, you can like feel that it's not that safe for women.
So how does Barbara's work disarm this claustrophobic patriarchy? Often it's by poking fun at masculine ideals and stripping away their uniform, sometimes quite literally. One of Barbara and Paulina's most recent collaborations involved performers marching around Venice in military attire. Only when they turned their backs, You could see that half their uniform was missing, replaced instead by lingerie.
She explained me that she wants to make this meme. You maybe saw that online. It's the guy in the mirror with the full suit and the back is like lingerie. And she told me she wants to like play with that idea.
You're like opening the body, because like the militaries are ready to be used, let's say, by who's in government, in power, let's say. And then if you open the back, you will like uncover that it's a body, but that body, it's a different type of body, and you start seeing the human under it, and not just like a number in a military compound, let's say. The military uniform is structured in a way that you will feel fitter and taller and this power. How does the uniform change the perspective of how we see the other? And that's what clothing do in general. Obviously, if somebody was wearing like, I don't know, a Trump thing, it's like, okay. I don't know, it's like scary.
You're listening to In the Studio on the BBC World Service. I'm Alice McKee, and I'm in Mexico City, exploring the work of fashion designer Barbara Sanchez-Kane. I arrived in Mexico less than 24 hours after the swearing in of a new US president, who immediately began a sweeping immigration crackdown, restarted the building of the wall along the Mexico-US border, and promised to rename the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America, along with a decree about the immutability of sex, which some have joked technically makes all Americans legally female. With a US president who has been found liable for sexual abuse, can the cult of hypermasculinity be felt in Mexico too?
I think a lot of people inside, they're being quiet. They feel like now they're like, oh, men have been oppressed because women have better jobs now than men, have more education in a way, like PhDs. And now I believe they're coming out of this like closet, and they're like, oh, I have this amazing, for them, not for me, supporter of what a man should be, and if I don't know if that makes sense, like no, like they were like like secretly not saying nothing, and now they're like,
it's like they've been given permission.
Yeah. Like these are what I feel. So now I think we're starting a different era of what the masculine is gonna encounter, and so I'm scared a little bit of where we're going back to.
It's understandable that Barbara, a gender-fluid lesbian trying to deconstruct masculinity through fashion, might feel the walls are closing in.
I still have people surrounding me that think that it's you're a man or a woman. That's the only answer. I guess a lot of people is afraid about we're getting like closer and closer, and like
the sort of lines are being blurred kind of thing.
And closer, just like not wanting people to get in. So like borders and things are getting like more tight.
When the stakes are this high, it's hard to know how clothing or any art form can make a difference. What power does a vest have against the rigidly guarded castle of masculinity? Perhaps because of this, over the last few years, a trend has emerged in Barbara's work. His garments have always been sculptural, but more and more, he seems to have outgrown the need for a human body as part of his work.
One of the first times I started doing patterns, it was always like about thinking about the object and how to cover the object. And instead of like using the mannequin, the typical mannequins, I use as my stand as a pedestal of different objects in order to find the silhouettes. How can beauty flow into different directions?
The scissoring vest has now been given a body to wear, in the form of a sculpture.
That's wood. This is gonna be wood. Like bended wood. See, it's gonna be wood, and actually this picture sent it to me.
Barbara's sketch and Paulina's pattern have now taken the shape of a tangle of wooden bodies, which will be dressed in the vest. As she strays further from traditional textiles towards harder materials that require more than a sewing machine, Barbara has begun to collaborate with Victor Martinez and his foundry, Lunke.
Igual que el artista creando el objeto lírico.
Victor understands materials for me, because it's like I feel like my drawing sometimes it's the silhouette of the 3D of the sculpture. So it's like more about telling the story to victims, like it's like how can we articulate a mannequin?
A la altura del imaginario creativo de Bárbara.
So basically, it's like collision between dreams and actually the functionality of that dream. That Junke is like taking aside, like, okay, for you means something, but for me, it's gonna mean how could I resolve it in terms of somebody can carry it, or how it's gonna travel, how it's gonna be dismantled to make it, to literally to put that dream to work.
What was it that appealed to you about these materials? Is it moving away from textiles, and are the materials metal and plastic?
I guess it's more about the expansions of where can I get the body through. Let's say, even when I started like designing back in like in school, it's like thinking about how like a sofa could like take the sofa out, the pattern of the existing sofa, and make it through a coat or whatever. So now instead of covering those objects, I was using like the guts of the object, let's say, and the guts of the object and the intestines and all that, like, came through exploration in UK.
Barbara showed me the 3D print of his scissoring vest, which is to be cast in bronze by Victor and his team.
So you can see, so first it comes with the sketches, and then the modeling, and then this is the 3D scan of that modeling that you see here in plastilina and plaster. Is the logo deformed as a gilet, as a vest.
The tangle of bodies has begun to take a new shape, one that looks familiar. The points of elbows have been twisted into wings. A foot has transfigured into what looks like a beak.
The eagle, you can see it all around IMSS, the hospitals. It's like this eagle protecting this mom. So it's the political body always protecting the woman. And it's the eagle like rapping, like, I'm gonna protect you, like I'm your protector.
And why did you want to use that?
Because it's the, like, when I was talking about the Diana, it's like creating these, for me it's fictional in a way, because obviously it's who's in power, who decides who's the defender, no? Like, I would protect you. You don't have, because you're a woman, you don't have the means or the capability. So count on me. It's like this idea of like very much idea of like, I'm gonna surround you, I'm gonna take you, and I'm gonna see. And it's like too, like talking about the desire of the woman without their autonomy, you know? So it's just like why
it's like taking away the option.
See,
It's like, oh,
so
I'm
it's like
protecting you, but
so
you don't
even like talking of Diana Cazadora, she was the huntress and the protector too. Why do we say chaos and order are like just very different and they like collide? No.
It seems impossible that the flowing bodies of Barbara's vest have been carved and cast from materials as steadfast and unforgiving as oak and bronze. But with Victor's help, they have created something that looks soft and human and somehow wearable.
Materiality too has a charge to it. Let's say like metal, and things like that. They're supposed to end up in somebody's hands that we already have a preconception that who is holding that materiality. We're made of all these fragments of embedded ideas that we live in.
We might attempt to push our ideas of gender onto material, but fashion pushes back. Clothes can create bodies that aren't found in the natural world. Ones with contours and tapers that the human body cannot hope to recreate. Even if you think the world of fashion has nothing to do with you, every day you wake up and put on clothes, perhaps just to exist in without witnesses, and you shapeshift. What does the body that wears Sanchez cane shapeshift into?
Nothing is static, even masculinity. Like that we have both of the charges, and we can be, like, even like for me, sometimes I have like people like, how you would like to be, gender. I was like, I do believe like you're not the same person, not even like at the end of the day, or we can have this conversation at the beginning, and my answer will be completely different than the answers I'm giving today after the transcendent of the day. Even like us talking, in front of each other has a different meaning than if you were by my side or we were in a different scenario. And I like the diffraction between how our conversation, how the clothing is gonna change even your movement and the way you talk. So there's room for not finding an answer and not like saying masculinity should be this or that. I'm not no one to say what femininity or masculinity is. It's just something that I understand that is in constant change. And that's why I keep exploring different materialities and mediums and see.
Perhaps then, Barbara's clothes don't make you shapeshift into something specific. A man, a child, a bad boy. But they give you the ability to shapeshift into something beyond your recognition, to temporarily leave your body and all its implications of gender, and instead be chaos for a while.
Hey, whistleblowers. This one's just for you.
I suspect Barbara's clothes don't just transform the
whistleblowers.
wearer, but the viewer too.
Brief from the FBI for the whistleblowers. I'm authorized to state this.
That they believe they're
Mrs. 80 plus years believes she's going to get a formal rejection through me.
Penetration to their little collection. And there's like, oh, it's gonna go
Mrs. 80 plus years is going to prison
this
for
is
80
actually,
plus years.
for me, it's a different story. But you see it the way you want to see it. So I like this idea of you taking from something like it's like a little bit. It's not disguise, really. Just people want to see what they want to see. I mean,
It's like infiltration.
Infiltration, yes.
But remember, the FBI had me right in that filing from 2 months ago. They don't intend to arrest you guys until next month.
Before I left Mexico City, I went
But
to
that
see
can
the original
change
statue of
based on
Diana,
your actions.
the one Barbara has a copy of in his studio.
Could be this month. Could be tomorrow.
The protector and the hunter, dressed or undressed throughout time for modesty or modernity. Rush hour swirls
funny,
around
though.
her feet.
A formal rejection.
Skyscrapers tower over her.
She's so cocky.
She's
man.
hemmed in by road rage
I can't
and
wait
cold,
until
slightly phallic
I have her on my
totals
YouTube
of
live stream.
masculinity,
being detained.
chaos, and
But I
order.
speculate that she's the one that
She
they're
doesn't
so
even have an
excited
arrow.
to detain in the courthouse. I mean, that's
I
speculation.
remember the first time I came to Mexico City, I saw
highly
the fountain, it was
speculate.
like, oh,
She's one of the
like,
multiple
she's
that they
beautiful.
want to detain in the courthouse.
Do you think they could go there?
So I don't think I'll have her on my live stream.
You've been listening to In the Studio with me, Alice McKee, on the BBC World Service.
I'm Sarah Trelevin, and for over a year, I've been working on one of the most complex stories I've ever covered.
There was somebody out there who's faking pregnancies.
I started warning every doula that I know.
It was fake, no pregnancy.
And the deeper I dig, the more questions I unearth.
How long has she been doing
Also,
this?
Nerd Squad, I think that the reason why they've been able to block me from uploading new podcast episodes is because of what you saw with that 14-hour live stream, how it saved as some weird file type and then magically converted back to what it should have saved as an MP4.
It was produced by me and Rob
And is still, I might add,
Simon
being
Cox is
loaded
the
to
editor,
the drive.
and
It's
it was
over
mixed by Neil
50%, but it still hasn't emailed. It's also saved on the laptop because I'm not going to erase it until it's definitely uploaded and sent, and we have a live stream of that. Then
I'm
if
Sarah
Unit207
Trelevin, and
erases
for
it or
over a
fucks
year,
with
I've
it,
been working on one
they'll
of the
still be
most complex stories
convicted.
I've ever covered.
for
There was
that.
somebody out there who's faking pregnancies.
I started.
But I think that's why is I
Every
think they just
doula
made
that
it so
I
that
know
none of the video recordings of
And
the
the
remaining
deeper I
podcast
dig,
episodes
the
were
more
saving as
questions
appropriate
I unearth.
How long has she been doing this?
What does she have to gain from this?
From CBC and the BBC World Service.
Also, there's a
The
woman
Con,
upstairs this
Caitlin's
morning
Baby,
who believes
the
that her
Monster
breaking and
Episode,
entering, god damn it, is going to occur at my house before Saturday. God damn it, god damn it. Lady, if you do that, I guarantee that you're going to jail will be occurring.
Back with another trending episode next week on the BBC World Service.
In today's digital world, it's easier than ever to invade someone's life and far harder to escape.
Anyone determined enough to do harm can find a way to do harm.
I'm Carol Cadwallader, an investigative journalist. In this podcast, I follow the story of Hannah, whose life was turned upside down by an anonymous stalker.
I no longer know who I can trust.
What began as one woman's nightmare became a chilling investigation into deception, control, and the faceless power of the internet. Listen to Stalked wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, let's listen to a stupid podcast. I'm switching to The Secret Room, which is a good podcast for like the first 30 episodes. But I stopped listening
my
to
name
it
is
because
Ray,
it
and
just
my
got
secret
totally
is about
ridiculous.
how I married a stranger
they
in
had
another
one
country,
lady
hoping
who
for a
was
fairy tale
on
ending.
this podcast, and I shit you not, her big secret was that she drove drunk and crashed into people's cars and damaged their cars. And she was with a friend of hers, and she got away with it. And that was her episode of this podcast. And it was at that point that I was like, this podcast now sucks. Dude, that sucks. Have you ever woken up and gone out to your car and seen that some asshole hit it, and you suspect they were drunk, and they just get away with it? I know some people are like, oh, that's where you get uninsured, insurance or whatever. But either way, the fact that she would go on here and like brag about it, she was like laughing. She's like, oh yeah, I was so drunk and I drove this car and I crashed into this car and I crashed into that car and I got away with it. Oh, and it was even worse than that. She didn't only get away with it, she damaged her own vehicle, damaging all these people's vehicles. And she like filed an insurance. Her insurance paid for her driving drunk and damaging her own car and hitting multiple people's cars. And what's kind of funny is the guy that's the host of this, all of his brothers are cops, dude. Do you think that she continued to get away with it? Or do you think he told his fucking brothers, dude? Because I would be tattling. I'd be like, this dumb lady came on my podcast talking about driving drunk and hitting all these cars. What if she hit kids? What if she killed people, dude? Crazy. Anyway, I haven't listened to this podcast in a
But
long
my
time,
love story
so
turned
here's the
into a
latest
horror
episode.
story. It's a secret about domestic violence, but then it gets worse. It's also about extortion, human smuggling, the illegal drug trade, and an
Says
ICE
it's brand new.
manhunt.
It's from today.
Oh, and a
still
strange,
connected
overly
at
powerful
6:05
about
a.m.?
extortion, human smuggling,
Today
the
on
illegal
Secret
drug trade, and an
Says it's
ICE
brand new.
manhunt.
It's from today.
Oh, and I'd kind of come to terms with the possibility that he was going to kill me. I was expecting it. So the worst thing I could imagine wasn't that he was going to kill me, it was that he would kill me and then nobody would know what happened to me.
Today, my guest Ray had a whirlwind romance while on a girls' trip to the Caribbean. She ended up leaving the U.S. behind,
One more
and she
thing.
moved to Belize
Just
for
for the
love.
whistleblowers.
But when her husband's true nature
Whistleblowers.
surfaced, she fled to
Whistleblowers.
Europe and then
Remind yourself as needed that the FBI wants, underline that, the FBI wants, underline wants, everyone involved that isn't a whistleblower to believe very much that the FBI is not going to be detaining them. And then remember, 2 months ago, they had me file in court, but they didn't plan on arresting you guys until March. But that can change because of your action. So whistleblowers, keep that in mind today and indefinitely, basically. The FBI wants, underline wants, everyone that hasn't blown the whistle to believe that they are not going to be detained by the FBI. And have a happy hump day. Back to the podcast.
and then back home, only to have him track her down in person. If you want to hear the full saga, download Scratching the Surface and Hungry for Violence, episodes 236 and 237 of the Secret
And
Room.
I don't know why they
But
want
if you're
that.
ready now,
I can
we're here
only
for part 3,
speculate
the
that
conclusion
maybe
of Ray's
there's
secret.
somebody that they really want to
Pick up
send
the
to
story
prison
as
that they
Ray
don't
tells
have
us how her
quite enough
husband has
on.
work in another state,
Maybe,
but she still cannot escape his reach.
maybe a lot of things. I don't know why.
Every
But that's their
threat
want.
that I received, I recorded it, I saved it, filed a police report, took it to the magistrate's office. Every time was a really brutal, emotional 1 to 2 day process. Police officers and magistrates started recognizing me. In the courthouse one time, random police officers I'd never met approached me to ask me about my case. They said that they would lock him up if they found him, but that they were misdemeanors.
But you knew where he was with Dante.
I didn't know exactly where he was. I just kind of had an idea of what city he was in. He could essentially stay in Tennessee and get away with murder here as long as he didn't get caught re-entering the state of North Carolina.
So were you in touch with anybody in Belize at this point?
Yes, news article was posted in Belize about the strangulation.
Really?
Yep. ICE was investigating him. They posted an article about that, and a lot of women in Belize reached out to me. A lot more than I ever thought would. Anna, woman who made that Me Too post about him years before, she reached out to me to show her support, and we developed a really strong friendship. There were 9 women in total, all claiming the same kind of abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, threats. Some of them were even threatened while this was all going on, just for speaking to me or for publicly showing me support. It was heartbreaking hearing all the stories from all of these different women, but it was also comforting because I didn't have to explain myself or justify to them why it was difficult to leave or how it got as bad as it got. I felt like we had some kind of community. I felt less alone there. Eventually, Miranda reached out to me as well.
Miranda from his tattoo?
From his tattoo, not a dead aunt from cancer.
She was not his aunt.
Right. No, she was a very lovely young woman who had experienced a lot of abuse from him as well. It's not my story to tell.
Okay.
I'd love to share some of these stories because they're pretty wild, but they're not mine to tell.
Did you learn anything more about Jordan from these women?
I made several discoveries. He had several affairs while we were married. He had a secret child, a 4-year-old daughter, despite the fact that he constantly promised he has never had any children and wanted to have his first children with me. And I spoke with the child's mother, who said that he never made
Of course not.
Yeah. After he was arrested, he left his phone behind, and I went through it. Why not at that point?
Yeah, of course. What did you find?
Yeah. He was responsible for an arson in Belize, set a family's house on fire on Christmas Day,
My God.
left them completely homeless.
Do you know why he wanted to arson their house?
I believe he was paid to do it. He was bragging about it. I also found on his phone he had posted the pictures and videos of me that were taken without my consent on a pretty disgusting revenge porn Telegram group chat.
Oh, that's awful.
A few other women were also posted on there from him.
Did you and your friends who had, formed this collective support group from your common experience, did you do anything to try to make his life difficult?
We did some things to attempt to get him caught by ICE So we tried to catfish him on FetLife. FetLife is a website for fetishes, or I guess kinks, whatever you want to call it. So we catfished him in an attempt to get an address. We hired a private investigator who was an incredible woman who survived a murderous husband herself. And we all just tried to lure him out so that this private investigator could follow him home and just figure out an address. But sadly, we failed.
He didn't bite.
He would nibble, but not bite down enough for us to get him.
Surprised.
Yeah. We even went as far as kind of narrowing down based on pictures and videos that he posted on social media, which type of apartment it could be. We had 3 potential options. So we kind of thought we knew where he would be, but we didn't have enough to really provide ICE or anybody else with intel.
So you had narrowed down his location where he lived to 3 possible places.
Pretty much, unless we'd missed something. We were pretty sure it was one of these 3 different options.
To what end? To inform law enforcement where to find him?
Yeah. At one point, I wanted to serve him with a restraining order. I realized later that it would have been, even the magistrate told me it would have been pointless to do so, because a North Carolina restraining order only works if he's actually here in North Carolina trying to contact me. If he's going to come into North Carolina to hurt me, a restraining order isn't going to stop him, you know?
So you told me before that you reached out to some of the people that you figured Jordan was seeing.
Yeah.
To protect them.
Yeah. I would directly message some women that I knew were close to him with either pictures, videos, news articles, just kind of any warning I could about how dangerous he could be. I wanted to avoid any other victims in this case. So one of them called me, and I answered, and it was his boss, Carlos, on the other end.
What? How is that possible?
He told me that I'd reached out to his girlfriend, and he wanted to know what was going on, why I was reaching out to her.
Am I to understand then that Jordan was seeing his boss's girlfriend?
It's what it seems like, although Carlos insisted nothing was going on. I think this girl was just a family friend.
Okay.
I don't really know.
Yeah. But anyway, Carlos is on the other end of the line. That must have been a surprise.
It was a surprise. He was very crafty. He was speaking to me as if I was a dumb young girl, so I really leaned into this perception as much as I could.
So he wasn't having any of it. He didn't believe in anything about anything you were saying about Jordan?
No, not at all. I tried to figure out how Jordan got the firearm that he was using to threaten me, and Carlos refused to give a straight answer about it, quickly changed the subject. His main concern was just not getting any negative attention from the law.
Yeah, because he's busy with a bunch of
Carlos
undocumented
might
workers
be
living in a
illegal,
cramped
girl.
apartment.
Scary.
Yes.
Contacting people.
I'm sure
you
he
don't
saw me
fucking
as a
know, dude.
threat.
That's weird.
In some kind of way.
That being
because
said,
I had
I don't think it's a
made
bad
so
thing for
many
girls to
police
warn other
reports,
girls, hey, the
and
guy
I
you're
was
dating tried to
speaking
kill
with
me
the law,
and beat me up,
and
that sort
I
of
was
thing.
pointing out
I've
that
never done
he
it,
was providing someone with a weapon.
but I wouldn't be opposed to
that
it. Like if a
against
chick
the
sent
law,
me that, I'd be like,
So,
okay, she's
he told me
fucking warning
that
me.
out of
I would have appreciated a
self-preservation,
warning
he would
myself.
make sure Jordan showed up to his court date. I convinced him to give me his phone number, saying that I could warn him of any legal developments in the case. And as soon as we got off the phone, I plugged the number into a search engine.
Oh, for sure. Score.
And an address popped up.
Oh, and let me guess, it was one of the 3 locations that you had identified.
It was the number 1 spot on our list of
No kidding.
potential apartment buildings. So we knew that was it.
So what did you do with that information? Ray may have caught a break here, but spoiler, it's not a cure.
I am so
How things get worse before they get better ahead.
I'm considering putting on gloves. That's what my fingers and my nose are. Of course, it was fine.
Meal kits often market themselves as an easy meal prep solution, but often disappoint with complicated, overlong recipes that aren't worth the effort. Fortunately, Home Chef knows that struggle and delivers fresh, delicious meal kits that respect your time. I've simplified my meal prep and made my dinners more scrumptious and varied with Home Chef. We just made the buttermilk chicken schnitzel at my house, and it was fun to make and delicious to eat. If a meal has panko in it, I am all about it, and the chicken schnitzel delivered. The cucumber dill sauce was the perfect topping, and the side of zucchini with lemon and garlic rounded out a perfect meal. And mind you, this testimony is from someone who is the farthest thing from a chef. The step-by-step directions with pictures make it so that anyone, including me, can follow along and make a really impressive and delicious meal. And Home Chef is not just for lunch or dinner. They have breakfast, desserts, and snacks too. Users of leading meal kits have rated Home Chef #1 in quality, convenience, value, taste, and recipe ease. Get 18 free meals plus free dessert for life. And of course, free shipping on your first box. Go to homechef.com/secret. And when meal planning ends up on the back burner, check out Home Chef's new 5-ingredient meals that simplify prep with super easy recipe steps using just 5 fresh pre-portioned ingredients. For a limited time, Home Chef is offering our listeners 18 free meals plus free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box. Go to homechef.com/secret. You heard that right. That's homechef.com/secret for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert? Check the show notes. And we are back.
I started getting to work on getting a restraining order against him, and that's when the magistrate said there's no point in doing it. Since he's out of state, they can't enforce the restraining order out of state. So I would have to go to Tennessee and get a restraining order in Tennessee, which would have put me in a dangerous situation. So all I could really do was just field threats from Jordan and his family.
At what point did the FBI get involved?
On my birthday, I received a call from a man who said his name was Victor and that he was a special agent with the FBI and that they were investigating my husband and wanted to speak with me. So he asked me to meet him at the FBI field office.
And did you go?
Yeah,
What was that like?
it was a crazy experience.
Yeah.
Their field office was huge. It was really beautiful on the inside. Victor made some small talk about the weather, joked about their scary interrogation rooms. He walked me down this long hallway. He brought me to a room with a couch and a box of tissues. We called it the cozy interrogation room. We were joined by two women, a fellow special agent and a victim specialist. And they asked me to start from the beginning and tell my story. Kind of like now. For over 2 hours, I shared my whole story, everything I knew. I provided them a lot more specific details that they had asked for. It was the first time throughout the entire process that anyone had taken me seriously, especially in law enforcement. And Victor promised to do whatever he could to bring Jordan to justice.
Well, it sounds like things are starting to turn around a bit.
Yeah,
But did you still fear for your safety?
yeah, of course. I think after all of the abuse and threats, I'd kind of come to terms with the possibility that he was going to kill me. I was expecting it. So the worst thing I could imagine wasn't that he was going to kill me, it was that he would kill me and then nobody would know what happened to me. I left little notes all over my car, in my office, in my house, with like all the case information I could, all the report numbers and case numbers, and with like just a very clear message, like, if I disappear, this man killed me.
What a dude. I feel like we should all have a
I knew
logo,
once
like the
the
O.J.
FBI got
Simpson
involved,
logo. It should be given to
if something
everybody who
happened to
has
me,
an
they would
abuser that's
find
been
out.
convicted.
Like, it would not go quietly.
And if they've been
We
convicted
don't
by more
wanna
than
get to
one
that point.
ex-girlfriend, I want us to have a special
No,
color.
definitely
Like
not. It was such a huge
Aqua.
relief
Aqua
just to have
for
that and
your
know that,
abusers also
that
abuse
no matter
everyone
what,
who've been
they're
convicted.
going to
We need a
try to
little
figure
logo.
out
Something
what
we can
happened
wear,
if
like
something
maybe a
happens to me.
medical bracelet that says
I
that,
guess,
just so if you
that
ever
is some
find one of us
comfort.
dead, you're
Yeah.
like, oh,
And so his threats
it was an
continued?
O.J. Simpson.
They continued, threats from his family continued. He had a trial that was set to start in January. So I was able to briefly leave the country.
Wouldn't that be smart, though?
and
I mean,
spend the
think about it.
holidays with Hannah.
Oh, she has an
before the
abuser
trial
bracelet.
began.
Is there any special
Back in
denotation
Italy?
on there? Yeah, it's
Yep,
aquamarine.
in
That
Italy.
means that her abusers
And
abused
when I
other
returned
girls
to
and
the
been
US,
convicted.
I received
It's an O.J.
very
Simpson.
strange Facebook
Case
message
solved.
from a woman named Sarah.
So who was Sarah?
I could tell from her page that she was in Tennessee and had 4 or 5 children. She was reaching out to me to tell me that she was 2 weeks pregnant with Jordan's child.
Okay, she had to let you know that?
Yes, apparently.
Okay.
I wasn't aware it was possible to tell if you were 2 weeks pregnant, but I was still concerned for her and for her children's safety, especially considering the child pornography searches and all the violence. My heart sunk when I realized that children were around this man. So I sent her as much evidence as I could. I even stepped out of work to take a phone call from her. And in the middle of our conversation, I heard Jordan shouting, So I hung up the phone.
Did he know she was talking to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he text you?
She messaged me. It was from her account, but I'm fairly certain he probably took her phone. But she messaged me demanding that I drop the charges against him.
Yeah, that was him.
I couldn't even do it if I wanted to. It was the state's charges, not mine. But she warned that they would be staying across the street from my apartment and watching me for several days leading up to the trial.
Wow, that is frightening.
It was very scary. I had like a panic attack and threw up at work, and it was bad. I was quickly shipped to Ohio to stay in a hotel under a fake name for about a week leading up to the court date.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. That week must have been agony, though.
It was. It's a lot of preparation, writing a victim's impact statement, and getting emotionally ready to face him. I was subpoenaed, so it wasn't a choice of whether I wanted to go or not. But Victor promised that he would escort me into court. And having an FBI agent with me, I felt like, okay, I'm going to be safe.
And where were you staying during the trial?
I flew through a tornado to get to Charlotte the night before the trial.
Another sign.
Yeah. I just stayed in another safe place.
Okay.
Actually, the night before, out of the blue, Jordan's boss, Carlos, called me twice.
Interesting. And what did he say?
He said he needed to talk to me ASAP, that he wouldn't message me. I just had to call him back if I want to know.
Did you call him?
My gut told me to answer, but I was advised not to answer or call him back. So I'm like, I have to listen to that advice. I can't answer.
Wow, I don't know how you could resist. I mean,
it was hard. I had a feeling, a gut feeling that it was something important, but
yeah, Carlos is not an ally of Jordan's, as far as you know, right?
He was helping him as much as he could, having him employed, feeding him, clothing him. He promised he would take him to court. So
what happened in court?
The morning of the hearing, the FBI set up a surveillance perimeter around my apartment and around the courthouse. They were waiting for Jordan to show up.
So why do they have a need to set up a perimeter when he's just expected to come to court?
They thought that he may show up to my home and try to hurt me there. So they were just monitoring where he was. Victor really wanted to meet him. He said he really wanted to speak to the guy, which I thought was interesting. I wasn't really sure why, but they were ideally wanting to charge him with illegal possession of a firearm, extortion, and a few other small things.
No rape, murder, stalking, abuse charges thrown in there?
It was technically not a federal crime. They were already charging him for that stuff here in North Carolina. Extortion was, I guess, a federal crime that he broke, and illegal possession of a firearm, and death threats, that was another one, death threats across state lines. It's very strange because death threats were only a misdemeanor charge in North Carolina, and in most states they're only misdemeanor charges. But if you do it across state lines, it becomes a federal felony.
This is just crazy.
Yeah.
So did Jordan show up?
Every time
He did not show up. Victor briefly left the courtroom, asked me for Carlos's number, and came back in, and it just explained to me that Carlos was calling because Jordan showed up to Carlos's home with a knife demanding money the night before this court date. So when Carlos called the police, they arrived with guns drawn and pointed their guns at Sarah and her infant child.
Oh my God.
And Jordan, who was sobbing on his knees.
Who pulls a gun on
And
someone
because
holding an
Jordan
infant?
had quickly disposed of the knife, and he gave
asshole,
police a
that's
fake name. And we think also because the police were embarrassed that they pulled a gun on an infant,
yeah,
they just let him go.
Oh my gosh.
So Carlos was trying to warn me that he was mentally unstable and that he had a vehicle
Well,
to, yeah.
Well, to be honest, this is stuff we already knew.
He started to kind of pick up on what I was telling him the whole time.
Okay, so what happens when he does not show up to court?
He was issued a fugitive warrant for failure to appear in court. So we were all kind of back to square one.
Except if he gets picked up, then he's got to appear then, right?
Yes. The problem is they're not just going out looking for him, really. It became really clear to me that the FBI was working on their own investigation, but the North Carolina justice system didn't really care that much.
Well, you must be quite concerned for your safety at this point.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Those symptoms got worse. I had pretty severe panic attacks, flashbacks, nightmares. God, for months and months, I don't think I got more than 2 hours of sleep a night. I think I got more than 2. I was always looking over my shoulder, kind of just waiting for this guy to finally get bored of whatever he was doing there or get desperate enough to maybe want to rob me at the same time.
I'm sure the fear must have been paralyzing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was shipped out of state again for a little while just to kind of wait for the silence to break and for something to happen. So a few days after the assault hearing that he missed, I received a message from Sarah asking me for help. Everyone told me to ignore her, but I just knew that I needed to help. I'd been in that situation before. I don't think a whole lot of other people could understand, but she was highly distressed, and as soon as she would send a message, she would immediately delete it to avoid them being seen. I tried to get as much information as I could from her messages, and then after a moment of silence, she sent me a voice message in which it was just Jordan yelling at me, so I stopped replying. And about 2 a.m. the same evening, she sent me another message, asked if she could call me. And once again, like the best, smartest thing to do would be to ignore her. That's what everyone was telling me to do. But I snuck into my car, drove 10 miles out to a almost abandoned gas station, and I took her call. And she told me that she had Jordan arrested.
Firstly, why did you have to change location to take the call?
I was advised that it's possible to track people's locations through phone calls. So just to be on the extra safe side, I didn't want to do that where I was to possibly put anybody else in a bad situation.
For sure, no, that was smart.
Sarah and Carlos kind of filled me in on what his life looked like in Tennessee. Carlos took Jordan and about 6 other workers to a shady bar in Knoxville around New Year's, where they met 2 best friends, Sarah and Marie. Jordan saw a golden opportunity with both women, and he began a polyamorous relationship with them, intentionally trying to impregnate either of them so that he could get an anchor baby.
I see. It's a golden ticket to stick around in Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what he thought. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work that way, but he thought so. Sarah was his primary partner. Jordan moved into another tiny apartment in this small rundown town, kind of in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee, to live with Sarah, Marie, and both of the girls, like several young children.
So, okay, so she had him arrested for what?
She said that Jordan threw her up against a wall and threatened to end her. So Sarah called the police, and when they arrived, Jordan jumped out the back door, ran through neighbors' yards, and once the police caught up to him, they asked him what he was doing. He said that he was just playing in the snow. And so he tried to give them another fake name, and due to police departments using different systems and different states and counties, they initially couldn't even find any warrants or criminal records on him. And Sarah used some of the evidence that I sent her and the news article to help the police verify his real name and find his criminal record in North Carolina.
Oh, bingo.
Yep. So I praised Sarah for her courage. I immediately called Victor and had to let the FBI know. The FBI came to the conclusion that the best, easiest way to get him off the streets was to go for deportation, and that him being incarcerated again was the perfect opportunity to make that happen. They placed an ICE hold on him.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Yeah, which means he can't leave the jail even if the charges were dismissed or bail was posted without being transported to an ICE detention facility.
Was this a big relief?
Huge. Oh my gosh. When he was finally just behind bars again, I was able to sleep. It felt like freedom. I finally had an idea of what life could look like without being scared of him.
But you still have a long journey ahead of you, don't you?
Oh, enough of that story. I'm trying a new podcast. This is called Afflicted. I fucking hate vampire stories, and I think it's a vampire story. But it keeps showing up. I've been recommended it so many times. Starting out lame. Boo, they're using Latin to scare people.
What now? Janice, what? Oh, sorry. I was just
Also, this could be one of the many podcasts I've started that I just refer to as lesbian podcasts and then abandon. We'll see. There's a lot of those. You know what I'm talking about? You're listening to the podcast. You're like, this is like just a bunch of lesbians.
A demon using a spell from some old book? It just seems like a bad...
Janice, you need to take chill pill. Jesus.
No shame
What
on the
does it say we do
lesbians, but you know what I'm talking about. It's just like too much estrogen. Too much estrogen.
It doesn't really say how long it's going to be before the demon...
Okay, finally, Nerd Squad. The video has finally uploaded to the Google Drive to be sent at 6:35 a.m. PST. Again, this is being sent from the new email address that had to be created yesterday because of the cyber attacks. It's 6:35 a.m. Wednesday, February 12th. Being sent to Mystic Gwen, Lynette Renee Hansen at Gmail, and the real Mystic Gwen at gmail.com. Sending. This won't fix all access issues. Share with people only as a viewer. Let's do allow anyone with the link to access viewer. Send. And this email address created yesterday, Unit207 Federal Felons. That's the first name and the last name. The address is felons in Unit 207 at gmail.com. And it says that it's sent, so let's click view sent. It's the only email I've sent. All right. That is the video that ran yesterday from 3:04 p.m. till this morning. There is another video that is running right now, which I will do the same thing with. This video right here. It's been running for 1 hour and 31 minutes. Due to Unit 207's criminality yesterday. And then I've got to keep this tab open because the only way I know to cut off the live stream is when there's a spinning circle at this point. 6:37 a.m. There is another video that is running right now, which I will do the same thing with. Refreshing it. See if we're still live. Also, this podcast shouldn't have ended. Did. 6:38 a.m. 6:38 a.m. All right, that's the delay.
Specific content warnings are available in the show notes. Listener discretion is advised.
And this is the Meow Mix cat model, Hunter. Look at that cutie.
You're so sweet with me. I can't resist. I have to pick you up and pretend like you're a fat little baby covered in fur. Oh, you do.
Where is this stupid grave?
Oh, I know.
Robert Mueller! Come out wherever you are. Oh, it's too damn fun for this shit. Huh? And Agatha.
All right, yeah, this podcast
Might
is
as well
just too
take it
lame.
over
Look, I'm
family,
4
right?
minutes in, and I'm already just like, no. No. It has a high rating today. I'm unfollowing. This is a podcast I used to listen to, but I haven't listened to in a long time, maybe even over a year. It's called The Truth. It's just short stories.
Hi, everyone. This is Jonathan Mitchell. I'm producer of The Truth, and we've really missed making stories for you guys for the past year and a half or so. But we have been working on other things, and I wanted to share something that I've been working on for the past 6 months. It's a new 6-part audio drama podcast series called Day of Days from a production company called Walking Cinema. It was written by Darren Kennedy, and I directed, sound designed, and wrote all the original music for it. And today, we're going to play the first half of episode 1. Now, this is based on a true story that revolves around the civil rights movement. In 1958, Martin Luther King Jr. was stabbed in the chest by a deranged woman at a Harlem book signing. This is very early in his career. It's about 10 years before he was killed. And while he was recovering in the hospital, King met with a man named Howard Thurman. Many of you know who he is, but a lot of you might not. And if you don't know about Howard Thurman, this series is a great way to get to know him. He's a very interesting man. He was a theologian who also was looking for alternatives to organized religion and looking for ways of bringing people together through spirituality. And you'll learn more about him in the series. You can find out how to listen to the whole series at dayofdayspodcast.com. But today we're going to play the first half of episode 1. Okay, here we go. This is Day of Days.
Oh, make that one out to Minnie Weather, please, Dr. King.
Thought you said your name was Sarah.
Minnie is my mother. She's been following the boycott and rooting for you something fierce.
Oh, all right.
Next in line, please.
It's the great Dr. King. From what I hear, New York City is giving you all you can handle. Yes, it has certainly been an experience. It had you hustling, my man. It was a lively back and forth. They said Uncle King is an Uncle Tom. You're better than me, Rev. Well, they wouldn't be the first. I understand some folks are tired of waiting on change.
I'm next.
Good afternoon, ma'am, but I'm still talking to this gentleman.
You are Dr. Martin Luther King, yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Do I know you?
I know you. I know you've been brainwashed by these whites. I know that's why there aren't any good jobs for us.
Ma'am, I have no idea what. Oh my Lord.
Oh, somebody get some help. This lady there, Dr. King. Oh, Lord, please, don't move, Dr. King.
I ain't going nowhere.
This is crazy. I had to do this. For the good of us all. He's a dangerous man.
In 1958, Martin Luther King Jr. was stabbed in the chest by a deranged woman, Isola Curry. He survived the attack, and no person was more instrumental in his recovery than family friend and mystic Howard Thurman. Day of Days is inspired by a single in-depth conversation in the Harlem Hospital between King and Thurman on October 25th, 1958. Howard, love.
Yes.
Oh, and where is the swish and swipe in that knife?
It doesn't even matter. No one's gonna want this food anyway.
Oh, I have not yet met a problem with chicken a la King couldn't fix. Oh, so that's the energy for tonight.
I'm not feeling so jocular. Not with the news I'm bringing our guests.
You are really feeling low. Maybe there is a room full of love out there for you. And even if they boo, hiss, scream, and holler, the finest sous chef in all of New England still believes in you.
Well, I don't know what's about to come out of my mouth.
Then let God come out of your mouth. Instead of your fear.
Oh, me.
Your wisdom continues to astound me.
Grab a Lego, Chef Howard, and let's go.
So, dear, will you turn off the music? Open the window with somebody, please. All of them. Now, some of you know I left San Francisco and came to Boston University on a promise.
Good job,
A vision that
pitch work.
I was going to build a community that crossed every borderline humanity experiences, no matter your race, your neighborhood, your denomination or nation. I believe you should have a home in our Marsh Chapel, and we've made great strides in doing that. And I always thought my work here would blossom across Boston and Massachusetts and the world. I came to rethink what Christianity can be. So I presented one crackerjack of a proposal to the Board of Trustees to create that church.
Sounds good, man.
Good morning. Good morning. I was really looking forward to a fun camping trip with my wife, but Julia blindsided me. She's admitted to the one thing I can't handle hearing. She's cheated.
Do you mind if we take a moment with Julia off to the side? A lot of things have been happening with Rob. I basically saw on his phone that he's been texting women the whole time during this resort. And then, look, also I found this. Swipe. He's not trying to leave me. You are down to be adventurous. Let's explore. Asshole.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just sit.
Okay.
And talk.
Yesterday, I found out Julia cheated on me with her ex, and it wasn't good sleeping alone, you know? It made what I was already feeling worse. I think after something like this, I don't know if we can come back from it. But if I run away now, I think could be the end of this, yeah.
So obviously, some things came up yesterday, and I really want to clear the air.
I think that Julia, this was probably weighing heavy on her, and it's something she felt she needed to get off her chest, which I can understand, but at the same time, is that selfish, or is it selfish for me to just not want to know? Because she could have taken that to her grave, and I could just, ignorance be bliss.
So, Julia, what was going on inside of you when you decided to share that? Was it to share the truth? Was it something different? What was it?
Sounds like it was just to hurt me, because what, I didn't share
I'm
something.
not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to relieve what I feel. I'm trying to relieve what is hurting me. I share everything what is bothering me, what is inside me, and I want he start sharing same. I want he start show he's real. I can't go forward. It's all bull inside me. I need to leave this bull right here in this therapy, now and forever.
Me putting myself out there and being vulnerable, especially with all these people around. I mean, I have difficulty with people in general. And so for me to just be completely open and put everything out there, it's hard already. You're the only safe space I have here, and the only thing I know. And for I'm trying to want to feel like I want to push you away, it makes all this harder.
Summer Skincare, protecting your skin from sun damage. Summer feels great, doesn't it?
So, yeah.
Brandon and Julia, there's obviously hurt between them. But my experience seeing Brandon so far being very closed off, and especially the night before, totally going into shutdown. When he starts to cry, there's a part of me that feels a relief because I know he's getting somewhere now. He's finally breaking through. He's finally opening up, and he's able to feel safe enough to expose himself in a way and feel things. And so this is huge. This is a great moment for Brandon to be here, able to do that. Let's first acknowledge that makes sense that he would feel that way, and it makes sense that you would feel the way that you feel, and really to start this exchange of validating the other person's experience. That's called empathy, guys. Without it, we can't have a relationship.
That's why
no matter how much love we have, we can't have a relationship if we can't see and take the time to put yourself in the other person's experience. Is it possible to move forward with this new circumstance for you, Brandon?
I think I can. But I'm just sore at the moment because it's so fresh.
Sure.
It's a fresh wound now. And I just feel like it's going to take time for these feelings to go.
Yeah.
And he's gonna live with me, remember everything, so blaming me for the rest of our life.
So that is a real circumstance that we need to address right now.
Mm-hmm.
Forgiveness is possible.
Mm-hmm.
But part of the forgiveness means that it's not used as leverage in the future.
He wants to move forward for serious space. He wants to move forward to make a big family, going to doctor, take second opinion. But how are we going to do that big step if we have dads inside us?
Great question. And that's the healing work that you're here to do.
Can we leave all of this? Can we say everything when we feel? Leave everything here?
I'm going to try. That's all I can do, right?
You deserve much better. You should go and face him and let everybody know who Rob really is and what you're going through. I believe that all this is hurting you even more because you are keeping it to yourself. And there is so much power on telling the truth. Me and Rob and all the other couples had, spent the night in the tent. But yesterday, I had seen Rob messaging some girls on his phone, and I feel like he saw me looking because he looked over and completely just closed his phone off when I was looking. So he knows he's not supposed to be doing that. And then this morning, my friend Kay sent me a screenshot of Rob having an active dating profile. It's just very disrespectful and hurtful to me when we're here to both try and be together, and he's still just trying to be with any other girl online and doing the same behavior that affected us in the first place. And it's just hurtful.
Rob, you're doing a great job cooking this bacon and eggs. What?
Morning.
Good morning.
You know what's smart? Truffle butter filet mignon without lifting a finger. Eat smart with Factor.
One death is a tragedy. 1 million is a statistic. That line is attributed to Joseph Stalin, the dictator of the Soviet Union from 1927 until his death in 1953, and perfectly describes his worldview. Consider this. Directly or indirectly, he was responsible for the suffering and death of more human beings than any person in history. He starved to death more than 5 million Ukrainians in 1932 and 1933. He signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany in 1939, freeing Adolf Hitler to attack Poland and thus commence World War II. At least 40 million dead in Europe alone. Without Stalin's support, it's unlikely Mao Zedong could have taken over China in 1949. At least another 50 million dead. Throw in his support for the Kim dynasty in North Korea, his brutal takeover of Eastern Europe following World War II, and the millions who perished in the infamous gulags inside the Soviet Union, and the numbers are beyond comprehension. They became, as Stalin put it, a statistic. These were the dead. The living suffered decades of pointless misery, never knowing from one day to the next whether Stalin's secret police would show up and take them away. The man behind all of this terror was born Joseph Zhugashvili on December 18, 1878 in Gori, Georgia, then part of the Russian Empire. Stalin was the name that he later gave himself when he became a communist revolutionary. It means man of steel. His mother wanted him to be a priest, but Stalin never considered it a serious option. Certainly not after he fell under the sway of Vladimir Lenin and his vicious brand of Marxism. Stalin was a jack of all trades. Whatever Lenin needed done, Stalin would do it, including bank robberies, assassinations, and then by 1912, writing and editing the Communist Party newspaper, Pravda. The one thing Stalin never seemed to possess was a conscience. Killing came easily for him, and once he got started, he could never stop. He had a simple philosophy: death solves all problems. No man, no problem. In 1917, Lenin took control of Russia. Stalin was right there with him. When Lenin died in 1924, Stalin wanted the top job. This wasn't mere ambition, it was also a matter of survival. Not getting the job meant certain death, a lesson that his chief rival, Leon Trotsky, learned some 16 years later when Stalin had him murdered in Mexico. In retrospect, it seems inevitable that Stalin would lead the party. In addition to being utterly ruthless, he was also the consummate bureaucrat. No detail was too small for his attention. Novels, screenplays, and editorials had to be submitted for his approval. Not infrequently, he would rewrite them to make sure they followed the party line that Stalin himself had set. Stalin learned to govern from Lenin. The ruling principle was this: either you did what he told you to do, or he had you killed or imprisoned. And even if you did what he told you to do, he still might have you killed or imprisoned if he felt you were a threat. This was the story behind the Great Purge of 1936 to 1938, in which Stalin had his closest allies from his Lenin days, Grigory Zinoviev, Nikolai Bukharin, and Lev Kamenev, tried and executed on fictitious charges of treason. All allies became enemies sooner or later with Stalin. Not only was he not remorseful when he destroyed them, he was positively gleeful. As Stalin himself once said, the greatest delight is to mark one's enemy, prepare everything, avenge oneself thoroughly, and then go to sleep. Over the next 2 years, he had some 70% of the party's central committee and the military hierarchy, admirals, generals, corps commanders, wiped out. He simply didn't trust them, and that was enough. Stalin's purge would cost the Soviets dearly. When Hitler invaded Russia in June 1941, breaking his 1939 non-aggression pact with Stalin, there were almost no competent generals left to defend the home front. Millions of Soviet soldiers were slaughtered by the German war machine before the Soviet army was able to recover. The Soviets eventually triumphed over the Nazis, but not before losing 25 million of their own people, the highest number of deaths of any country in the war. Many of them sacrificed to Stalin's paranoia and incompetence. But Stalin paid no price. In fact, the war made him more powerful than ever, his cult of personality reaching staggering new heights. Stalin wasn't the leader of the Soviet Union, he was the Soviet Union. Initially, his wartime allies, American President Franklin Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, assumed that once the war was over, the Soviet army would return to Russia. But Stalin had no such intention. Instead, the infamous Iron Curtain soon descended over Eastern Europe. The Cold War had begun, the United States versus the Soviet Union. In March 1953, Stalin, aged 74, suffered a massive stroke. The doctors who attended him were afraid to do anything. What if they made a mistake? When they finally started treating him, it was too late. It took 3 agonizing days for Stalin to die. But the Soviet Union endured, immiserating millions of people for another 4 decades. An inglorious testimony to one of the worst people who ever lived. I'm Paul Kengor, professor of political science at Grove City College and editor of the American Spectator for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
I basically just want to say that it's been very difficult for me with my marriage with Rob, and I've been trying very hard. I found out he's at this retreat, and he's still messaging other women trying to have sex with them, and he's on dating apps, and he doesn't really give a to be here for me. I think he's treating this like a vacation.
Show me.
And also,
Show me.
I'm just,
Please show
may
me.
I speak?
Because I don't know what you're talking about.
She's not done yet, please. I didn't say anything because I don't want people to hate him, because I do care about him. And you've done so much to me, and I've kept it to myself because I do care about you. But the things I hear that you're telling everyone about me and how I moved out and not trying, and that you're sad, and I love her, I'm trying.
You're not trying.
You're not
trying at all. And you
Yes,
haven't
I
tried
am.
for over a year. So
Yes, I am. I've been trying.
go ahead.
And I found out, and now you're annoyed because I'm calling you out, and you didn't think I would because you know
just
how
said
much
I'm on
I
dating
care
apps.
about you.
What dating app?
Oh yeah, sure, I can show you.
Sure. And it better be current too. It better be current too. Rob, you're not doing that, are you? I'm literally not on a dating app.
That's exactly what I'm going through.
Can I see it? I haven't even been able to get on that app in like 2 years.
Okay, so that's not.
And the only reason I even tried, the only reason I tried,
been able to get on it in 2 years
because you
2 years ago.
You told me
You just said you haven't been able to get. You told
let me
me.
let me say
I
it
haven't
then.
been able to get
Let
on
me
the
say
app
it
for 2
then.
years. We got married 2
In
years
2 years, though, people has been moved out and doing her own thing, and she told me to talk to other women. I'm telling you, she told me to talk to other women. In 5 minutes, I tried, and then I honestly felt like it just didn't feel right because I still wanted to work.
I found it on your phone then.
I haven't done anything. Find it on my phone.
When I saw that you was cheating.
Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. I was only on a dating app after Sophie told me to go talk to other women 10 times. Yeah, I tried, and I still deleted that because I care. That's why I'm here. You want to use that? You want to put me in the corner, make me the dog, put me in a doghouse, and tell me to go talk to other women because I ain't got nothing for you. You told me 20 times you don't have anything. You know you don't invest in this relationship.
Don't open your mouth about my board, dear.
Okay, and I didn't say that.
You think this is not true? How can you do this to me?
Sorry, Sophie. Why did you tell Rob to go date other women?
I never said that.
Wow, bro, I'm done. I'm done. It's done.
That is it.
That's, are you serious? Hold on. Actually, hold on. I think I texted in my phone still. Where's that?
He's looking through his whole phone now, and I'm like, I can totally believe it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Our hair, we all need to go to the salon.
I know.
Oh my God.
I could learn. I'm so sorry.
No, bro, where's
Yeah, I want to leave. I don't even care for this. Like, we're all gonna wait around for Rob to find something to like. We're just waiting, and it's like, come on.
No, I'm gonna need another. No, I'm gonna call her out at least on one line because she just said that she never said that. Look, you look worried because you know you said that to me. No, why did you close my phone? Bro, it matters to me. So don't touch my phone. I'm gonna find it because Sophie ain't gonna walk away from here looking like this herself. Playing me.
So I feel like we can look at this as a means for deepening trust. And I know that sounds crazy.
You want to use that? You want to put me in water?
Something big's going on over there.
Somebody find it. I'm going to go check on what's happening over there. Take a moment to yourselves and just join us when you're ready, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. What are you gonna say?
Hmm?
What are you gonna say? You're gonna stay or no?
That you're not gonna bring anything else that I don't know about, are you?
I try to bring everything from inside me. And if I find something what I want to bring, I will bring it.
George, come here.
Lord.
You said because you're gonna sleep next to me.
Natalie. Will you stop?
But you told me, how can you do it to me?
Natalie, you need to stop.
Don't lie to me.
God, Natalie. Okay, be by yourself. Be by yourself.
Put her in timeout.
So this morning, like,
At
I
7
had
a.m.,
mentioned,
Unit
that I
207
didn't really
is
sleep
excited
well.
about
I said
some
it
plans they have
personally.
for this morning.
I like to not be bothered
Live
or
streams
touched when I
will be
sleep.
recorded.
And she got
And
into
I am
that
recording on my Lenovo
and
ThinkPad,
is
so
now
I don't
making
know.
this a much bigger issue than it is. And I don't know where it's going to go.
It's disgusting. And he does that. Lucky I have people
What's
around.
going on over
but
here?
imagine when I'm by myself.
We heard a lot of yelling.
Yeah, there's a big fight going on.
Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't say it's a fight. I would say it's Sophie telling the truth and somebody getting upset about it.
Then someone getting mad about the truth coming out.
Well, I think we need to find out what the facts are.
I got to find it. Let's find it, but let's take a moment.
She looking at me crazy all morning with that?
That's nuts. Your name was on it.
I haven't been able to get on the app since like 2019 because I had a picture of me sitting there with my hands over my nuts, and I think that the app kicked me thinking it was my nuts. So I haven't been able to even use that app in years.
This is turning into like guy versus girl dynamic. You know, the girls are rallying around Sophie and the guys are rallying around Rob. And it's turning to like this competition of like the battle of who's right and who's wrong.
I don't know what the true story is there.
Do you believe it?
Probably Sophie need to show more proof. I don't know. All right, man, I found it. You found it. She said right here, hi, as of March 4th, 2023, me and you are on a break and I give you permission to act single and will not hold this against you. Send me the screenshot. That's what she said. Good job. Send me the screenshot. I'll tell him. I'll tell him. Huh? I'll tell him. Come on. Yeah. Hold on, ladies. I just want to let it be known. I should have the proof serious. That Rob does have the screenshot that says.
Of what? What is that?
It says you have permission to be single.
When was that?
I did not say March.
Yeah, to when? Because we broke up for a few months, and that dating app was not from that time. The dating app
pause.
timeline.
I need you to pause. I need you
It
to
doesn't
pause.
add up.
So here's what I'd like to do. First, I would like to invite Rob to say what he needs to say to present what he needs to
He's
present.
just gonna shower.
I'm only going to allow this to happen if the temperature stays down, if the volume stays down in a communicative way. Are you ready for that?
Yes, if he can talk to me respectfully, yes.
Okay. I would ask that just everybody, men and women, can just take a step back and let this be between Rob and Sophie.
Girls and boys, if you want to talk about, we can talk
You want us to say something, or you feel more comfortable?
I'll remove myself.
You're good?
if he gets started.
Okay.
Do you want to come over?
Not really. What, I want to go sit by somebody who wants to make me out to be an enemy? Not really. I came here to be with my wife, hope for the best, and now she just flipped the whole everything on me. Over some she can't prove. I have evidence that she said, "You're single. I won't hold it against you." And now somehow there was a timeline on that. Yeah, the timeline was she wanted a break for a month, and then 5.5 months later she still hadn't came home. So then I broke up with her. So at what point
We was broken up for a few months, and then we started getting back together. Did we not?
No, we didn't. We had sex one time, and then you went right back to living your best
That's
life.
not true. That was
acted
the
like you
first
cared for
time I
5
moved
seconds.
out when I didn't want to be with you. That's when you said, "Well, if the girls, can you send me that?" That's why I wrote the text. Remember?
You said
No.
said go other women. I said I don't want to go on a break. We should either separate or we should work on our relationship. That's what I said to you.
Well, first of all, I just want to say, when you're married, you can't break up.
That's why I wanted to say we're separated. If I didn't want to break, that sounds like it.
There's so many ways we could communicate without it having to be like him shouting at me, especially when he's in the wrong. He's getting angry because he looks bad. He doesn't think anything he does is wrong.
This isn't what I came here for.
I know. I don't think it's what either of you came here for.
I came here with a last ditch effort to, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't have much hope because she won't do anything towards this relationship. All she'll do is look at me and say, "Rob, you need to fix it."
He's not taking this seriously.
What are you talking about?
So wait.
Oh my God! Yeah, listen to her.
So, I think this is a good place where we need to take some personal space before anything else nasty is said that maybe we don't mean. And we're going to reconvene by the 10th. I have something planned for us to at least move through some of this energy. This is not a couples thing, okay? You don't have to talk anymore, but we got to get some of this out.
You know, you had a real one. Oh.
I don't even know what's going on. I went to reheat my Pappy's lentils. And I come back to hyperventilating in landscape shots in the chili.
I'm not taking the. Why she start yelling? I'm not returning to the group. It's liking and body shaming.
It just seems like out of the blue, Natalie's like screaming and yelling at Josh, you know?
Yeah.
It's like maybe one of those episodes where she kind of just out of the blue, like starts talking some crazy, you know?
I don't know what the is going on between these two people. All I know is that they are exhausting.
What do you feel like Josh is saying?
He gaslights me constantly, but he cannot gaslight my body and body shame me.
Oh boy.
In the morning, like it was conversation about me, Josh said he wouldn't sleep with me, so he would use certain words that made me kind of feel shame. I need my man to touch me, to feel love. By Josh saying he doesn't want to sleep with me, it makes me feel like something wrong with me or something like that, and it felt like an insult. So I felt like I should just not accept it.
What's going on over here?
So much yelling. So it's clear. Losing my everywhere. I'm like, can't handle it. He gets to come. Sometimes but like he doesn't sleep with me. Guys, I want you here. What are you saying?
I didn't say anything. I said I don't like to be touched.
No, it's not true.
I said it to everybody.
You make me feel what you're saying.
I'm not body shaming you. You're beautiful and you have a beautiful body.
You're not shaming me.
Come with me. I'm sorry if I misunderstood that.
Just stop lying. Yeah, what you
The
talking
show
about?
is as confusing
You were
as
sorry.
Unit207's excitement.
I said I'm sorry.
Unit207 is real excited about something this morning for like the last 30 minutes.
Okay.
What that something is, I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe they're
and
going
I
to do
didn't
another
say that.
maybe it'll be a repeat of yesterday, and they're going to start coming and really shutting off the live stream over and over and over again for 9 hours straight. I have no idea.
So everybody knows.
But
this
they're
is why
excited.
I
They're
cannot bring her anywhere.
anticipatory upstairs.
I can't. I don't know what to expect. With Natalie, like I feel like I really have to be careful with some of the things I say because sometimes she'll just take the first 2 or 3 words of where the story is going, and then it's just like, oh, I'm going to make up my own conclusion here. You know, it suffocates me a little bit, you know, and it's like makes me lose my voice in a sense. Like, I mean, you know, like why am I even saying anything? Because it's just like every single little thing is just like taken and twisted and just made to be like against me. So I'm really having a hard time expressing my feelings.
But that was such a good person.
I know.
Him for 3 years.
I know.
3 years. Shh. Destroy him. Liar.
Natalie.
What do you want me to do?
Natalie,
Stop doing the trust to me.
Listen to me.
Explain why.
Listen to me the full story. It's still like I don't want to sleep with my.
Guys,
One second. Let me talk.
Explain.
Let me talk sometimes.
Okay.
It's still like I have problem. Example. No, I don't like to sleep close to people. I don't like people to touch me. His problem. It's not your problem. You don't put that problem in you. You know. I can understand Natalie. It's not easy for her to own the truth. Like other people to Natalie want to say to her like, "Oh, you're crazy. You have problems," and you try like to blaming her. And like I feel sad for her. You know, like sometimes people make mistakes now. And like I want to see her happy, basically. No more fighting. Natalie, calm down, okay?
Judge, you said that your body shamed her.
I said nothing about her body. Nothing.
But what is a language barrier? Like she understands all
I don't know.
Just because you said I don't want to be touched, her interpretation of that action from you is like your body shaming.
Yeah. One more conversation, okay?
She's coming. Oh my gosh. I'm okay.
Come here, lawyer.
Therapist Florian over there.
Listen to me. I'm the lawyer. I can influence you, okay? Okay, you're going to hear. I'm going to talk, okay? We're going to sleep with her, but I just in here him, okay?
I want to hear him.
Okay, because I don't like to be touched.
Fine. 1 second.
You ruined like this. Let it go. Okay. I don't. I like to be still. I like to sleep. I like to sleep untouched. Has nothing to do with you or your body. You're beautiful. One second. Let hear him. You are beautiful, and I apologize if you took that the wrong way. Any type of body shaming is not what I meant. That is my thing. My thing only that I don't like to be touched has nothing to do with you.
Okay. You hear it?
That's all that it is.
Say again, apologize. I want to
Apologize. I apologize for the way that came across.
Say thank you. She said apologize 10 times. You want to thank you.
Go give her a hug or something. I don't think she wants one from you.
Let's hug together. Hug the angel. Hug the angel. Why you come this door?
Don't do that. No. Don't do that.
No. This switch is not going to find no more.
Jesus Christ. I'm at a loss here because I'm apologizing to her so that she feels better for something that I didn't say or didn't do, and she takes that and kicks me in the nuts. I mean, I feel like I'm trying to do what I can to be a better partner, to be a better listener, to be, a punching bag at this point, or whatever it is that she needs to be, but I'm trying. I am trying. Could I try more? Could I do more? I mean, I don't know.
While Natalie calms down, we are all going to meet back by the tents. I have something planned for us to break this up and release some of this energy.
Okay.
Thank you. Meet me back there very soon.
Okay. Go back, guys.
That's what it's like being married, huh? Just apologizing for nothing.
Yeah. Alright, let's come soft and sweet and normal. Let's come to focus. I yell sometimes, it's not nice. Okay, let's take it in a sweet way, I think he's doing the right thing. He's telling you apologize. He's telling you I'm sorry. He's telling you everything. You love him or no?
No.
I think you need to accept his sorry, apologize. He's telling for his heart, You need to forgive to him.
Florian taking my side and calming me down. I think that Florian knows that I'm good. Florian knows that I'm okay totally, and he sees how people treat me. So he is taking my side, which George didn't, and he's been nice to me, and I trust him. So I kind of feel good, better.
And let's go to enjoy the group, sweetheart.
You're great.
Let's see what the is happening with that group.
He's making nasty comments to me in front of everyone. Yeah. He's horrible. He basically just showed everything that he's always done to me every day and to everyone. No, it's fine. It's fine. I came to this therapy to actually try the last time out of marriage, right? I actually tried to do, and in the therapy sessions, Mom, I'm like being vulnerable. I'm really trying, and I hate talking about my feelings, but I'm doing it, and I'm pushing through. He's here making friends with guys. He's not putting our marriage first. He's not even trying with our marriage, Mom. And there's no love there on his side. None. The minute that his image was blown, it's like I was like his enemy. Like he doesn't give a that he's hurt. He doesn't. He just doesn't care anymore.
She's going to tell me, hey, we're not together. Rip my heart out. But yet I'm the one wrong because I did something I did. On a dating app.
Stay single. That's the lesson of these shows. Stay single. Get a dog. Get a dog. What it is, and what it was, and what it will always be. I'll take a dog over a boyfriend any day. Or a wife.
Yeah, does it say hi? And my Jasmine wants to say hi. Hi, beautiful. How are you? I'm good. Listen, she's in good hands, okay? I know, baby, but she's okay. I know that you love her, you love Sophie, but
I'm so tired of eating
the real love. And we know that Sophie's back. She hasn't had breakfast, she hasn't eaten anything, and it really concerns me, so I'm gonna borrow her for you a little bit, and I'm gonna try to make her like really is 800, okay? I love you. Take care, my love. Okay, baby. Let's go and show you. The drinks of water. We're in the desert. You have to stay hydrated, okay? Let's
Friendly reminder, federal felons, you've never been part of an operation. You've been part of an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is a criminal enterprise, and a domestic terrorist organization. That's what you've been a part of. Some of you unknowingly, but at this point, most all of you knowingly.
It's okay. Everything is going to be okay.
Happy Wednesday at 7:24 a.m. L'chaim, to life, motherfuckers.
Ari, is everything okay? It's been hell. But like being here and like everyone just rewards like the bad behavior of the narcissism.
Remember, although I don't know why, I do know there's more people than there should be upstairs right now at 7:25 a.m.
But nobody wants
and that they're excited about something. Is it a repeat of yesterday? Another 24 criminal and illegal cessations of live streams to make me complete the same arduous task over and over and over again for 9 hours while illegally detaining me? Is it something new? Is it going to be the third count of breaking and entering? I don't fucking know, but they're excitable upstairs.
Okay, guys, if we can gather, please. We'll meet right here in front of the tents. It's like
and
a
don't
showdown.
forget, I'm recording on the Lenovo ThinkPad offline.
If I can have the girls line up in front, men in back, somewhat by your partners still. The campground this morning got out of control very quickly. Sophie's crying. I see Natalie in complete hysterics. This is complete chaos. Thankfully, I have the perfect tool for these people to disperse this energy and have them get through it. What's happening a lot of the time is that your nervous systems are trapped and they're stuck in these cycles. And you go into this stress response. So what we want to do is we want to shake it up. We want to let it go. We want to break the nervous system pattern, and we want to release the stress. We are obviously dealing with a lot of tension. A lot of emotions right now have come up. And I think what's best at this point is to allow you some space to release some of that. So we're going to do a primal energetic release for you. This is our opportunity to yell if you want to yell. Scream if you want to scream. Not at each other, but just in order to move the energy through. So that we can leave this camping trip with at least getting something productive out of it and letting something go.
No, I don't want to scream. I've just been listening to people scream all day. My anxiety is already at an all-time high. The last exercise we need to be doing right now as a group is to be screaming into the void.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
I would invite you guys to kind of tap into yourselves here. Okay, so let's take sunglasses off. Let's maybe even take bags off because you're going to move. I don't want anything to get jostled around. This is kind of a style of breath work that kind of starts from the floor up. So we're going to get the body involved, okay? So you're going to go into this low squat stance. So what I want you to do is you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your stance. You're going to go 1, 2, your 3, goal is to 4. Feel as though you're pushing a large ball of energy all the way across the world. All the way across the world, okay? I want you to take this from your center and push it out. So it's make sense?
Look like composed. I'm not so much curious to try new things, to be honest.
It's a good release.
I don't get it.
Not your vibe, not your thing, huh?
No, like Kung Fu.
Kung Fu? Oh, like, yeah.
It's nice too.
We're going to go 1, 2, hands in the center, like you're holding a ball of energy. 2, that way. And then we're going to go.
Gino, be careful. Too much power. Kung Fu Panda.
Now, here's the key. I want you to really tap into your power here and think about what you want to be releasing here. It's been a lot coming up. You've already been through a lot. You deserve this, to let this go, to have a release, to at least feel something. So when we do that, right?
What happened then? I don't know.
She doesn't want to be part of it, screaming into the void. I don't get that either. That is a weird therapy. I understand some people like it. David Choi, he liked some sort of like retreat he went on for well-being where they snatch things and scream, but I'm just like her. Like, I don't want to hear that or do that.
Like, I'm surrounded by these people that just stress me out.
Zero
My
desire
anxiety
to
is
scream
already
into the
at an
void or
all-time
smash
high,
it.
and I just don't want to be like letting it all hang out. Even though it's supposed to be calming, like that we're doing breathing exercises, sometimes for me, the breathing has the opposite effect. It can bring awareness to stress that I'm already feeling. And right now, none of this is working for me. Okay, let's take a break.
Ari, what you want?
Not for that. Yeah. I'm tired.
Come back in. Ari, she's run away. Maybe, I don't know, because of me she's absent. Like something, I don't know the reason. But my experience was like, Ari, this is better, just leave it just alone. And when you teach you better when she's come down, and then we can talk to her. That's what I have to do, that like something.
I mean, I have to just try to block out all these morons.
Oh, there she goes.
Oh, here she comes. She's a
Okay.
Okay. I totally relate. Why doesn't she just say
Okay,
it?
let's
She
do
should
the
just say,
therapy.
I don't want to scream
Ari, is everything okay?
with a bunch of people.
No, it's not okay.
Oh, finally, she's going to say it.
I mean, today was very traumatic for me because everything Sophie's going through, I went through all of that. And I don't need other people to know about what I've been through, but it's been hell. But like being here and like everyone just rewards like the bad behavior or the narcissism, like it's difficult. You guys all, especially Julia, constantly. He's
He's not dog for his like reward this behavior.
No, you need constant male attention, and I'm sure you see that she does need that constantly. And like, you know what? You called Rob out on his, but nobody wants to call Vinny out.
I'm not call out and he even talk
Yes,
with him.
earlier today you were there.
I'm not there. I saw in this brand right there.
Yeah.
I'm not even there with
I don't need to be yelled at by you.
Enough. Okay?
Oh, well, that's
We
not
came
what
here
she
to
said.
release.
This show is just all drama.
All we're doing is
Never,
attacking each other.
ever
I mean, what
watch
is
90
this?
Day
I'm not
Fiancé
trying to
unless
attack, I'm
you're
trying to
being
make a
stalked
point.
and illegally detained by a precinct of stalkers, child abusers,
I have
kidnappers,
no
hostage holders,
clue what she's
fraudsters,
talking
domestic terrorists, thieves,
No
etc.
clue.
Disgraces,
Ooh, I mean, thank
professional disgraces.
Gina?
Then
No.
watch some 90 Day
Florida?
Fiancé. It's
No.
like a drug,
Josh?
but it's
No,
absurdity.
thank you.
It makes you feel bad for watching it because you're like, why is it that you're so into this? It's totally sadism. It's like being grateful that you and any of your relationships were never on TLC.
You know, I think maybe I should just take a break because I just the negative energy that I'm getting from like the whole day, it's just affecting me. Hey, I understand that. I definitely understand that. I don't like conflict, and I've been with someone in constant conflict for 5 years. I just need a break from conflict. I don't want to hear anyone yell. I don't want to fight with anybody. I need a break from it. Listen, if you need to take a break, by all means, I do. I can't do conflict. You want to take this? What takes me? Yeah, I can't do this. I want to do it. Okay. All right. Nobody's known that I've been through for so long. I just can't do it anymore.
I'm very upset because our issue started like in the past 5 years. You know, still have so many anger. We can talk about this like the situation. And me, I wanted to practice the therapy because I don't want to miss this opportunity. I want to learn.
Okay, so we're ready. Ready! Let's get into this. Feet apart. Woo, let's go. Sit low. We got this, baby. Let's go. Get the energy here, y'all. Let's go. Close your eyes, please. And think about why you're here. And think about what you want to let go of. We're going to go. Whew. The louder you can be, the better it'll feel. Let it go. Think of what you want to release. Hey. I'll count. 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Okay. This is exactly what I need right now to scream all this frustration after all this mess with all these people fighting and yelling the whole freaking morning. The screaming is so releasing. When you scream for a purpose, just to release the negative, emotions, it really works. It really works.
Okay, you guys, this concludes and wraps up our camping trip experience here. I know a lot has happened out here. We're leaving some of it behind. And let's take something new back to our lives. Whatever that is for you, go ahead and hold it into your heart. But let's pack up, let's go back to the resort, and I'll see you guys all there.
Here, give me the bat.
No, take this, please. With the phone.
Uh-oh.
Onion. Take the glasses, please. Take the glasses. Take the glasses. Take the glasses.
Do you need help?
Yeah, let's do this. Thank you, girl. Your power. I feel like visiting girls' squad.
At the end of the day, sisterhood is stronger than anything.
We will be stronger than anybody.
Yeah.
You want to help? Grab that sign. No. Just fold it this way.
Woo!
I'm still tired from that camping and the donkeys having sex at night. Think they were
What? I like the donkeys.
I like the donkeys, but they are wild, and I think that they were doing bad things at night. There was a lot of craziness.
Definitely was a lot of craziness when we woke up and, all this stuff going down with Rob and Sophie. So that was shocking.
People were losing their and I never had the chance to speak to you with the hypnotherapists, like I could clearly see by your body language that you were about to cry. I saw some tears and you were very sorry about something you either said or did to me. Then when Sarah asked you to participate and you open yourself, honestly, I don't think that that's what you were apologizing for, and you just make it up. And even Florian seconded me on that. I want us to be honest. What was it?
All right, I'll tell you.
You ready? Yes! Yes!
Next time on 90 Day the Last Resort.
I want to have an open marriage, and I found a person. Can we call him? Okay, I'm so nervous. How you doing?
I'm good.
Take off your shirt. Whoa!
You can die for Jasmine?
I would.
You die for her. Will you not die for her to sleep with her?
Because yeah.
You think you is so special?
Stacey, everything was okay? Darcy's here.
What?
Yeah, she's good because we need deep therapy between the three of us. A lot of the issues that Flora and I are having, like Darcy is the key factor here. They look the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, well, we're here to work on our issues, though. Darcy, ask this Florian before. Who is more important, Darcy or Stacey? I mean, he should obviously choose his wife, But he couldn't pick up one. He's a little bit different downer sometimes. You know what? I'm gonna go home.
Stay.
All right, let's go.
Oh man, I feel bad for Florian. Goodness. All right, I'm going to go to that MLK podcast, Day of Days. Episode 1.
Make that one out to Minnie Weather, please, Dr. King.
Thought you said your name was Sarah.
Minnie is my mother. She's been following the boycott and rooting for you something fierce.
Okay, all right.
Next line, please.
It's the great Dr. King. From what I hear, New York City is giving you all you can handle. Yes, it has certainly been an experience. They had you hustling, my man.
Are we still connected at 7:42 a.m.?
Uncle King is an Uncle Tom.
Are we still connected at 7:42 a.m.?
Uncle King is an Uncle Tom. Good afternoon, ma'am, but I'm still talking to this gentleman.
You are Dr. Martin Luther King, yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Do I know you?
I know you. I know you've been brainwashed by these whites. I know that's why there aren't any good jobs for us.
Ma'am, I have no idea what. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, somebody get some help. This lady there.
Oh, Lord, please, don't move, Dr. King. I ain't going nowhere.
I am adding an update on the description, just involving the excitement and the abundance of people that happen to be in Unit 207 for the last hour. So I'm writing 2:12, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 AM
was inspired by a single in-depth conversation
Unit
in the Harlem Hospital
207
and Third on October
full
25th, 1958.
and conspirators
Howard, love.
Yes.
Howard, where is the
planning
in that night?
Doesn't even matter. No one's gonna want this food.
/ excitement
I have not yet met a problem with chicken a la king couldn't fix.
men
Oh. So that's the energy for tonight.
and women. They're all still up there. Nobody has left.
You are really feeling low. Baby. There's
Still
a
up
road
there.
to love out there for you. And even if they boo,
At 7:44 a.m. But I'm noting it. You may be wondering, why are you noting it? Because the FBI told me to note anything that's unusual. And it is unusual for so many people to be up there applauding and scheming on a Wednesday morning. Whatever it is they've been excited about, they've been planning and plotting over for the last hour. I don't fucking know.
Sue, dear, will you turn off the music? Open the window with somebody, please. All of them. Now, I know you're used to me stoking chatter in this house, Sue, and I love some life in here, but I wonder if you would indulge me tonight. Come on, circle around. Yes. Now, some of you know I left San Francisco and came to Boston University on a promise. A vision that I was going to build a community that crossed every borderline humanity experiences. No matter your race, your neighborhood, your denomination or nation, I believe you should have a home. And we've made great strides in doing that. And I always thought my work here would blossom across Boston and Massachusetts and the world. I came to rethink what Christianity can be. So I presented one crackerjack of a proposal to the Board of Trustees. An ignition place for a whole network of churches committed to interracial fellowship. Invited you here tonight to celebrate. However, it appears, friends, that I have put the proverbial cart before the horse. Instead of a celebratory toast, tonight is a bit of a sunset. The board turned down my proposal. In fact, they're returning to a more traditional service, one that does not appear to have a place for me. Maybe I could soften the blow by offering you all my famous chicken.
Gravitas.
Just remember that anger is from love. Follow me for Howard's signature dish.
Here's the definition of gravitas: dignity, seriousness, or solemnity of manner.
Howard, I think we better hear this.
Sweet Lord.
King was signing copies of his new book, chronicling the travails of his now famous Montgomery bus boycott, when a mentally disturbed woman punched a letter opener into his chest. King was quickly rushed to Harlem Hospital, where he was immediately taken into surgery. While his condition is currently reported as stabilized, his long-term prognosis is unclear. In other news, tensions continue to flare.
Pardon me, you all, for just a moment. Need to step out.
Me, I know you don't like that kid food. I didn't like the lentils I had to have for breakfast. Until these
We've known that
imbeciles
boy since he first drew breath.
First, that bombing in
With
his
what we
house. Now this.
I should get a message to Berta.
Yes, I guess you should.
My baby, look at you.
What is it?
Just looking at confusion all over your face.
I know you don't like it. I don't like the
My soul's vexed.
You got hungry enough, you'll eat it.
Then you should
What's
go.
happened to me?
Get out of here.
Never mind.
Slide out the side door. Give God a big hello from me.
I know.
Tonight, dear and gracious God, I am under your stars. I am in your moonlight. I can feel the crisp, dying grass and wet, cool leaves under my feet. I am touching your breeze. Let me encounter you tonight, right here where I am. I am open. I am open. I am open. Go. Go to him. Go to your friend. There's so much here left to do. The work is with him. He has doctors, but my work here is with him. Lord, my ministry, my mission is in shambles. What did you send me to Boston for? Go to your friend. It's good to hear your voice, Lord. Go to him.
Well, Dr. King, all your vitals are good. Suture from yesterday's surgery looks good.
So you're saying I'll be out of here in no time at all, right, Nurse Rose?
It has barely been a week. Sure, your energy is back, but let's remember there was a 6-inch blade in your chest, sir.
Just telling Coretta last night how fit and fine I feel. And all about the wonder-working power of this staff. I praise God for all of you. And so I hold fast to the faith that the 3 weeks y'all are talking about me being here will be seen as unnecessary, and I will be...
I'm going to stop you right there, Reverend, before you waste a whoop and a holler on me. I don't have the power to discharge you. So there's no sense trying to convince me that you're ready to run the next Boston Marathon.
I'm told visiting hours are open.
Well, look at God. Dr. Howard, diamond in the flesh.
Well, you have a blizzard of supporters out there, Martin. And did I just pass the governor leaving here?
Yeah, you did.
Am I interrupting your work, man?
I'm just finishing up, actually.
Irma, this is the renowned Dr. Howard Thurman, one of Life magazine's greatest preachers of the 20th century. Started San Francisco's Church for the Fellowship of All Peoples, only place I know where people of every hue sit shoulder to shoulder every Sunday morning.
Oh, another celebrity.
No, I'm not a celebrity. A shepherd. Irma, you must hear this man preach. Every Sunday, 400 folks lean forward to this man with these melodies in his voice and the pauses, the deliberation. I've seen a whole chapel full of black folks and white folks hanging on every syllable.
Mike does have a tendency to carry on.
Mike.
Michael is the name on his father's birth certificate.
Oh, so you're old friend.
Dr. Thurman knows all the family business.
We go a ways back.
Good. Then tell this man to stay off that phone and get his rest. I'm headed back to the nurse's station, Dr. P.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Goodness, son. Just look at you.
I must look a little different than last time we got together.
I say that.
But it's good to finally lay eyes on you in the flesh.
In the flesh, and heart warmed to see you actually smiling after all this.
How's Boston? And Sue?
Sue sends her love, of course, and BU is still standing if that's what you're asking. And you, how you feeling? It's a little unsettling to see you here with all these twos and wives.
They're treating me well.
This chance they're really something. They're really pulling for you. Are you all right?
But then the crazy lady's blade in my heart. I'm right and righteous. So, son, we may not have seen each other for 4 years, but I carry you with me. Pop open that briefcase over there.
Let me see. You're so literal, Martin.
Coretta knows to pack the book you wrote for every single trip I take. I read a passage from Jesus and the Disinherited right before half my speeches.
I never knew that.
Well, now you do.
I don't treasure you getting hurt, Martin. It's scary. But it does give us both a time. A pause.
My cat is ridiculous, dude. He hates his current
Time
cat
for
food.
what?
So he is literally eating cheese balls, dude, which are like Cheetos that are ball shaped. What an asshole.
I owe you.
That's that crunching. That crunching is my cat.
For
Literally choosing to eat
so
cheese
many
balls.
things. For treating me like a friend when I was in Boston. Like I was more than just ML King's son.
Well, because you were also a means to a quick buck on the Sunday afternoon.
You took advantage of an innocent student.
Nobody told you to go betting on the World Series.
I thought I was in a safe territory being in your house.
No.
See, look, what I'm saying is, if you put Padres in as your starter, you're asking for trouble.
There's plenty of game left. We're only 4 innings in. The series is tied. Keep your faith.
Tear it up. Put some oomph behind that faith.
Some oomph.
Sure. Let's say $5 a oomph on the Dodgers.
Part of me is going to feel just awful taking money from a penniless doctoral student like this, but I am an educator, and you are apparently in need of a lesson.
Oh, the great Dina Chapel has jokes.
The joke, sir, is you bet against Jackie Robinson, the finest athlete, Negro or otherwise, to ever grace the diamond.
There we agree. Thanks for having me over to the house, Dr. Thurman. Been some rough days.
I take it your dissertation is giving you some fits.
Right now, I hate it.
It happens to every doctoral student I know.
I just can't get it to line up and say the things I want. Gets to the place I don't even know if what I'm writing matters.
I've seen this before. Dissertation rolls around. You're so full of theories that you forget what brought you here in the first place.
Sure, Doc, but it's even deeper than that. There's just not enough room in this thing.
Room for what?
Coretta and I call each other every other day, talking about how this nation must erase the gulf between wealth and abject poverty.
Yes.
Now, my advisor, he wants me to stick to theories and philosophies, but I don't want that. I want to show how concrete things, money, labor, land, bodies, religion ought to be worried about that too.
Yes, absolutely. The whole man is our concern, not just his spirit.
How he makes money.
Who owns his labor.
How he lives. Right now.
And not just in the hereafter.
Yes, Dr. Thurman, exactly. This tiny, tight dissertation proposal has no room for that.
Then make your own room, Mike. Like Jackie in this game. Make your own room.
Make my own room, you said. Look at me now, right? Coretta tells me I've given something like 200 speeches this year. Secretary says I've flown 70,000 some miles.
Where would airlines be without America's ministers?
Empty and bankrupt. Oh, what? I tell you, Dr. Thurman, I've been arrested and almost had my arm broken. Spent time in jail.
That I had heard.
Of course, that made the news. But look here. You really want to see something wild?
I'm not sure. That's one hellacious scar.
Kind of looks like a cross, huh?
Oh, so you're marked as the man from Nazareth now.
Right out of Galilee. Blade was in my chest for 3 hours. Keep thinking about her. Isola Curry.
The woman that stabbed you.
They brought her into the operating room. I had the idea because they didn't know if I'd make it.
Your attacker was in the operating room?
Catch this. Before I can say anything, she starts hollering. That's him. I plan to report him to my lawyers.
My God, today. Oh, man.
If I had so much as sneezed, the tip of that blade would have busted my aorta. An inch.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't
Founder
stop
and
celebrating
CEO.
every
High
business
five.
in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet,
Wait, high five.
5 years of advanced security,
5 years.
and 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Castlethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee. It's back, but only for a limited time. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Code of Misfits, Matt.
You're listening to WALT.
Homegrown.
Homemade radio. One of my favorite scenes in the HBO series 6 Feet Under comes about halfway through season 2. If you've never seen 6 Feet Under, the series opens with the patriarch of the Fisher family, Nathaniel Fisher, dying in a car accident. And the show primarily tells the story of Nathaniel's children discovering that their father was a very different person than the one they knew, or thought they knew, when he was alive. So, in this one scene that I love, Nathaniel's daughter, Claire, goes to visit her aunt, Sarah. Sarah is this total free spirit, a visual artist and a yogi and a world traveler. Sarah is the sister of Claire's mom, Ruth. And Ruth is basically the opposite of all those things, a homebody who spends a lot of the series cleaning the kitchen and scolding her kids when they curse. Claire is 18, and she's never spent much time with Sarah, so she's really excited when Sarah invites her to spend the weekend at her house. When Claire arrives at Sarah's house, she's greeted not only by Sarah, but by a group of Sarah's hippie friends who didn't even know that Sarah had a niece. And as soon as they find out who Claire is, they start telling Claire stories about her father, Nathaniel.
Hell of a guy, your dad.
So funny.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking wicked.
I can still see him sitting there at this counter, hunched over his little rolling machine. He is the rolling machine.
As the nervous laughter subsides, we watch as Claire realizes there was a whole side of her father's life that he never shared with her, rolling joints and cracking jokes with a bunch of mystics and weirdos in the San Fernando Valley. Did he think she wouldn't be able to handle it? Was he trying to protect her from something? As the camera lingers on Claire's face, we watch her reckon with the reality that she'll never really know. This week on our show, we bring you two stories about parents who make a different choice. Parents with parts of themselves that they've kept hidden from their children for decades. But then, when they realize the illusion is doing more harm than good, they decide to lift the veil. And for this week's storytellers, Jim and Gastor, that moment changes everything.
You want to be to understand that you have to fight in life, especially if you want to be good at something.
My dad basically gave these two gangsters carte blanche, like, yeah, scare this little kid. Who cares? He can deal with it. It's not really the energy I wanted to have going into turning 6.
From WALTFM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dimon. After the break, the baton is passed and the truth is unmasked. Stay tuned.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Our first story this week comes from Jim O'Grady, who told it at a small living room style storytelling series that I hosted once upon a time. Here's Jim.
I grabbed the baton from my teammate so I can run the 1 mile anchor leg of the distance medley relay. And when I look up, 5 yards ahead of me is Vince Mutarelli. This race is over. I could have a 50-yard lead on Vince Mutarelli, and he would track me down and he would pass me, because he is the best high school distance runner in the northeastern United States. Everyone in the stands around the track that day, they know that Vince Mutarelli cannot be beaten. Except one guy thinks maybe he can. And it's the one guy who should know better. It's the guy who's 5 yards behind him. And it's weird because I'm not even the best miler on my team. That's a guy named Tom Novak.
Within the Wires,
who's injured.
Spotify.
So I've known for about a month that I'd be running this anchor leg against Vince Mutarelli. And it has turned me from like good but lazy runner guy into like sports movie montage guy. Before I had just relied on like my basic genetics, skinny, speedy, elastic lungs, also my Catholicism, which has taught me to savor a certain amount of suffering. And instead, I skip practice. But for the last month, I've gone to every practice and I've thrown in extra runs at night. And you imagine like a 80s throbbing music and me in slow motion. I've changed.
Within the Wires is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to hit play on this podcast today. Smart choice. Make another smart choice with AutoQuote Explorer to compare rates from multiple car insurance companies all at once. Try it at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Welcome to the Relaxation Study. This 10-cassette series will guide you towards relaxation, focus, and total body awareness. Listen to these guides with authorized headphones provided to you by the Institute's security team. These cassettes will help to further understand how your body works from top down, mind to matter. My voice will guide you through these exercises. You will trust only my voice and your body, to which you are servant. Listen. Remember. Comprehend. If you listen carefully to each recorded session, you may find information in these cassettes useful to you in your daily life. The object is to listen, to remember, and to comprehend. Before you start the study, find a private spot, alone, away from your unit mates and security nurse, Far from disruptive sounds such as telephone booths and redress sirens, these cassettes are to be listened to free of external interference. Side A, Weight of the World.
Yes, we are doing a new podcast. This is Within the Wires, Season 1, Episode 1.
Start with a breathing exercise. As you inhale through your nose, feel your breath behind your eyes. Feel the cool air flow below your forehead. Feel it hover under the top of your skull. Feel it slip down your neck, across your shoulders and into your lungs. Breathe in now. Breathe out slowly through your mouth. Feel the air, now stale, now used, rush from your lungs. Feel your body relax as it lets go of the air, freeing it from the temporary prison of your ribs. Breathe in. Breathe out. Continue breathing and listen. Envision the air as a liquid, just like the first time you swam. This was before you were born, when you were floating, unaware, fluid within and without your body. You breathed it just fine. You don't remember any of this. You shouldn't remember any of this. Inhale the thick liquid through your nose and out through your mouth. You don't remember the loud thrum of another's body, a mother's body noisily soothing your unwitting transition into a conscious and sentient creature. You are again breathing liquid. Your lungs are milk-soaked yellow cake. Draw liquid in and out. Feel it bubbling in your chest. Listen to the breaths. Who is that breathing right now? Is it you? Is it your own breathing you're hearing? Are you certain? Imagine there is another, someone standing just over your shoulder, breathing in, breathing out. A hand touches your right shoulder, pressing you down gently as if to keep a balloon from lifting out of gravity. Think about moist, yellow cake. Breathe in and out. Feel your shoulders rise and tense and lower and relax. Feel them wax and wane, two helpless moons. Listen to the sound of the other breathing in unison with your own. You will learn to trust my voice. You will learn to trust my voice. Feel a breath from just behind you. You smell its caffeine acidity, its umami and betel musk through cotton lips. You know these breaths. How do you know them? How do you know them? The hand on your shoulder lifts away. You are alone. You are fine. No one is with you. Who would be with you? You are probably alone. Continue breathing as you receive subliminal instructions embedded in this music. One more deep breath. And exhale. Are you in the same place you were before? No, you're not. The earth has moved. The clock has changed. You are older and far from where you were before you began this cassette. This is relative, of course. The important thing is that you continue breathing. Let us begin an autogenic stress relief exercise. Make sure you are in a standing position, your feet planted firmly underneath you, hip width apart, your knees straight but relaxed. Say aloud the following. My shoulders are stone. My shoulders are stone. My shoulders are sod. My shoulders are sod. Hold your shoulders up beside your ears, tense and angry. Lower your shoulders. Let them slip back down like beads of water on the side of a chilled glass. Let your right shoulder fall away. Say aloud, my right shoulder slides down my ribs to my waist. It is free now, but separate from my body, it is meaningless. It is just a shoulder, out of context, lying upon the ground. My shoulder is useless and alone. Say all of that aloud.
How about not, dude? Because then if you get your shoulder ripped off in some sort of freak accident, you think you did it to yourself. What kind of meditation is that? Imagine your
Now
shoulder
say
has
aloud.
down to your hips and floats
My
away.
left shoulder is in its place. It does not miss my right shoulder because it did not know my right shoulder had ever existed. And now it is separate and alone, lying upon the ground, and it is not missed the way a brother or sister is not missed. Because after age 10, there are no brothers or sisters. And before age 10, nothing can be remembered. Say all of that aloud. Can something be re-remembered? Can it? It cannot. Why are you here? What do you miss? Who do you miss? Say aloud, my right shoulder returns to my body. My right shoulder returns to my body.
My right shoulder never left
Feel
my
your
body,
shoulders. They are unmoved by your heaving breaths. My shoulders are stone. My shoulders are sod. Inhale.
I'm not knocking guided meditation either. I think it's wonderful.
Exhale.
But that was weird. Imagine your shoulder slides down to your
Open your
hips
eyes.
and then rolls away.
You have
Like,
done
what?
well completing your first
Why?
breathing and autogenic exercise. How did you feel? How do you feel now? Did you remember experiences you never had? People you do not know? Or maybe you do know them. Maybe you just forgot. Before continuing to Side B, please fill out the Cassette 1 Side A questionnaire and submit it to the security nurse before your dosages. In Side A.
Question 1. Did
Tired
your
of walking
soldier
around shirtless because
for a
you don't
walk?
have a single upper body article of clothing that expresses your intense love of the immersive fiction podcast Within the Wires? Are you having to scrawl the words Within the Wires on your chest with a faded Sharpie you found at the bottom of your backpack one day, but it's hard to write upside down so the letters are mostly illegible and you misspelled wires as Ryas? Do you find that damselfly logo hard to draw, especially on skin? Well, stop that. Actually, don't stop that. I think it's pretty cool you went through so much trouble to
This
show
is a
your
weird
love of our show.
podcast. Is it avant-garde
But I personally,
or is it
just
rubbish?
me,
I'm still
find
unsure.
t-shirts much more convenient for that
I'm
sort of
writing
thing.
it out halfway through the
And
first
we
episode.
have brand new Within the Wires shirts in our store. The
Trying to
incomparable
sell me
Emily
merch, though,
Scott
halfway
designed
through
a
the first
damselfly
episode is
shirt
a
that
mistake.
glows in the damn dark. And the impeccable Dave Watt created a Season 3 dictaphone recording device shirt that looks like a cool retro film poster. Plus,
Oh,
we
it's
have Walt
818.
Wilson's classic Within the Wires logo shirt and his Season 2
It's
music shirt Within the Wires
Unit207
logo shirt
comments
and his
with
Season
the
2
shutting
music
off.
shirt Within the Wires logo shirt and his Season 2 music shirt Within the Wires logo shirt and his Season 2 music shirt Within the Wires logo shirt. Well, you can buy your walls some posters, like the Within the Wires logo, or Jessica Hayworth's stunning rendition of Claudia Apiano's Child with Damselfly. as
Let it
featured
be
in Season 2.
known.
It's a
I
real
plan on
art blend.
taking a
It's
nap as
classy
soon as
with
I
it all,
feel
you know.
relatively
You can get
confident you're not
shirts
going to
and
be shutting
posters
off the
at
live stream 20-something
withinthe.wires.com
times
and then
over
click
9
on shirts
hours.
and posters. That's a lot of complicated steps, so I recommend writing them down on your arm using that old Sharpie. Again, withinthewires.com, click on shirts and posters.
Cassette Side 1, Side B, Shoulders and Giants. Now you will begin a visualization for stress reduction.
Okay, let's hope
Lie
this is
down.
better than the shoulder thing.
Think of each muscle in your body. Count them all quietly to yourself. Close your eyes. You are in a forest. The forest is large and you are small. The forest is immense and you are tiny. You are in mid-air and you see several things at once. To be more specific, you see the same thing iterated many times. You are an insect with complex eyes and simple desires. You are erratic and frenetic. What little wind winds its way through leaves lifts and twists you into new directions. You are naked. You are alone. You are fine. You feel fine. You cannot see your own nakedness, for you cannot move your head to look down. Never look down. You see every sight iterated many times, but you do not see yourself. You are uncertain if it will rain. You are uncertain how you are floating or flying. You see a child. She is iterated many times. The girl is much larger than you. As you drift close to her, you see her smaller details, giant and iterated many times, swirling valleys of the skin atop her palms. You see the crevices and gorges of her inner knuckles and the milky half-moons inside her fingernails. You see long eyelashes swaying like shadows of corn, flicking up and down over white eyes with their narrow pink ribbons and great brown wings. You move in all directions. You move left to right. You move up and down. Your body whispers. You do not hear it. Her hands move to you and you feel a muted clap, and it is dark. You breathe. In.
This is not a good guided meditation. The first time your shoulder's running away from you. The second time you're a bug that gets killed by a
In her
fish.
hands, it is quiet. And you can smell the ocean. You see slivers of orange-red light between her fingers. You move in all directions, but you cannot move far. Your body cries out. You do not hear it. Her hands begin to open. Her fingers wrap tight around you and light pours over your body. The sun sees you, but it does not care. You see her nose, wet nostrils over a vermilion archway with columns of eggshell teeth. You breathe. The child breathes. You feel her breath on you as you flutter, flustered in her fingers. You see the child's shoulders, linen draped and slight. You feel your own shoulders, stained glass wings above an exoskeleton. A bird stops above on a branch. You see it many times in your kaleidoscope mind. The bird eyes you, unmoving, unmoved. The child rolls you in her enormous fingers. She studies you. You breathe. She breathes. She enjoys touching your many spiny legs and your bulbous eyes. Through her touch, you understand her. You absorb her thoughts. She is alone. She has brothers and sisters, but only for 2 more years. She does not know her parents. No one knows their parents. No one should know their parents. You understand suddenly that she once had a caretaker place a palm on her shoulder, the weight of it pressing upon her as if to keep a balloon from lifting out of gravity. The hand, which comforted and calmed, left her head quickly, apologetically, acknowledging its mistake, and her shoulder felt cool and sore in its absence. You understand that the child digs holes and buries toys for future treasure. She breaks off branches and calls them batons or wands, the wizard conductor of nature's symphony. She asks without speaking, "Why are you different? What is it you say you do? Why are you here?" She sees your many colours, mostly shades of green and purple pulsing aurora-like on your black thorax. She notes your hair, tiny and ubiquitous, hardly noticeable until she looks closely. She sees the beauty of the body you cannot see. You struggle to escape. Your body exclaims things she cannot hear. The child worships beauty. She knows exactly what is beautiful because no one has yet told her she is wrong. She holds you firmly in her fingers, breathing into your body and inhaling it back into her own. She turns you about, seeking a better view through the keyhole. Your body shudders. Your many legs push against her skin. The bird watches you still. The bird watches you. The bird is still. You see the bird iterated many times. You feel your shoulders pulling away from your body. Two of the child's fingers hold you firmly with intention, the way she herself has never been held, in a way she wants to be held, to be seen. Two other fingers pull at your shoulders, your wings. Your body wants to keep itself intact. Your body does not like its parts to depart. Your body wants to be whole. This is what all bodies want. She knows this too. But the child's fingers grip and squeeze and rip your wings from you. Your body screams things no one can hear. And in a pop, your body becomes silent and slack. You hear nothing more. You feel nothing more. You can see your shoulders, your wings stuck to the child's thumb and forefinger. You see parts of yourself you have never seen. You see them iterated many times. They are stained glass teardrops. Your feet push and press against the child's fingers, but her soft pads of skin give up nothing. You grow tired, less compelled. You are stuck between fingertips spiraling with her own unique pattern. The child looks closely at your wings and then back at you. The bird looks only at you. The child sees you for what you are, and she loves you. She does not hate herself for dismantling your body. She does not regret what she has done, but she understands if you do. She presses her fingertip and thumb, the ones with your wings, together and apart, together and apart, together and apart. The wings stick to one fingertip and then to the other, and then back to the other. She wishes for a hand again upon her shoulder and blows your wings like a kiss to the wind. She lays you, exhausted and free, upon a rock. You cannot move, and you do not move. You see the rock's grey horizon. It is the same forever in every direction. The child skips away. The bird lands on the rock beside you.
God damn it, I knew
Its
it.
body is perpendicular to your own. It stands in full silhouette.
This is morbid.
It does not see you
Is there a
for what
story,
you are.
or is this all
It
just
sees
like
you for
awful
what
guided
you are
meditations
about
to
to
make you think
be.
how lucky you are
Its
to be a
empty
human?
slack eyes and long black beak cocked sideways. It does not move, only stares. You count the seconds that pass. The bird still stands and stares. The bird stares and stands still. You begin to move towards the constant grey horizon. You crawl without feeling toward the rock's edge. You see the trees above you, the rock below you. You see the bird, a hollow black statue. You try to leave the rock, but with a twist and a twitch too quick to predict, the bird jerks its face towards yours. You are inside of it. It is dark. You hear breathing that is not your own. You smell grass and vinegar. You are moving. You are walking. You walk on 2 feet. You are human. You can see your feet moving, one in front of the other below you. A cold light ahead. A rectangle. Stark, fluorescent dearth. It is a corridor. It is a familiar corridor. It is the corridor of the Institute. Behind you is your assigned room. There are doors ahead along your left and your right. Listen. You count the doors. Remember, there are 5 doors along your right. Each is white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count the white doors. Comprehend. You enter the 5th door. You do this in the future. Remember this door. Why am I telling you this? Why are you here? Listen. Remember. Comprehend. Visualization exercise complete. You may open your eyes. You have completed cassette 1 towards relaxation and total self. Cassette 2 will commence once standard diagnostics have been approved and schedule confirmation is issued by your security nurse. Inside B.
The thumbnail.
Within the Wires is written by Jeffrey Craner and Janina Matthewson and performed by Janina Matthewson with original music by Mary Epworth. Find more of Mary's music at maryepworth.com. Within the Wires is a production of Night Vale Presents. Check out our other podcasts, Welcome to Night Vale and Alice Isn't Dead. Both are available on iTunes or wherever it is you get your podcasts. Okay, our time is done. It's you time now. Time to draw a bath, play some music, and light an aromatic candle. Today's scented candle is Woodchuck Making Pancakes. Today's relaxing music is Whole Note for Solo Bassoon. Today's bath is filled with cereal milk.
Alice Isn't Dead is a horror thriller road trip from the team behind Welcome to Night Vale and starring Jessica Nicole of Fringe.
Within the Wires is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you could save some cash? Progressive makes it easy to see if you could save when you bundle your home and auto policies. Try it at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliate potential savings will vary, not available in all states.
In this cassette, we will address insomnia. We will approach techniques to help you sleep at night. After listening to this tape, you will be able to spend your nights resting, sinking into...
Lowe's knows how to help you get the most out of your store run. That's why members save more with My Lowe's Rewards.
Trying another new podcast. This one is called Station to Station. I like this thumbnail.
Supplementary recording. Tape number 1. Subject Miranda Chen.
I like this thumbnail.
March 10. Station to Station, coming August 22nd to iTunes, Google Play. Supplementary recording. Tape number 2. Subject, Janelle Cochrane. Date, March 19. Station to Station, coming August 22nd to iTunes, Google Play, and Spreaker. Supplementary recording. Tape number 3. Subject, Jackie Simmons. Date, March 28.
Hello, Miriam. This is Jackie Simmons calling from a special project. I know this isn't how things are usually done around here, but I'm leaving the office to conduct fieldwork next month, and the notes your office sent over are, well, I'm still so very honored to have this opportunity, but there are a few concerns I have about the scope of the material, some of the objectives you outlined. If we could just have one more meeting before I leave, I think that would be helpful for everyone. I know you usually have your assistant work out your schedule. I called her last week, twice, actually, and I haven't heard anything. If you could let me know a time and a place that might work for you, that would be great. This is Jackie Simmons, again, in case you missed that. Hi, Miriam. It's Jackie Simmons. I'm sorry to bother you again, but your assistant never seems to be at her desk when I call. First thing in the morning, when you think she'd be there, she'd want to get fired. I still haven't heard back from you about a meeting, but I'm sure you're just very busy. Look forward to hearing from you soon. Jackie Simmons. Hi, I'm taking a week off to get everything in order before my trip begins. I emailed my home phone number, personal email, and cell phone number, fax number, the direct line to my desk, and my mother's phone number to your assistant, which hopefully she'll be better at passing on than my phone messages. I just need to say that I am still 100% committed to this job, and any concerns I have are as much about protecting you as... Please call me.
Station to Station, coming August 22nd to iTunes, Google Play, and Spreaker.
Okay, I am skipping the rest of these. It says supplementary recordings, and I thought that maybe they were necessary for the series because of the way they're put here on the
Supplementary
podcast.
recording. Tape number
but I'm not
4,
paying attention. So I'm
State.
skipping ahead to the one
8,
that's labeled episode
2.
1. This is station to station. It's 8:42 a.m. I don't know if people in Unit 207 left or if they're all just sitting up there playing Let's Be Quiet for the last hour. But it's real quiet up there for the last hour. It was not quiet 2 hours ago for a good hour. It's like a powwow was going on upstairs, planning and coordinating, coming and going, men and women. Are we still connected at 8:43 a.m.? Going men and women. Are we still connected at 8:43 a.m.? Going men and women.
This is Station to Station. Episode 1, Standard Operating Procedure.
Today is April 13th. This is the unofficial audio log of Dr. Moran. This is the unofficial audio log from the Institute of Advanced Biochemical Research Development. What you are about to hear are not the recordings that I was asked to make by my employer, Malix International. And if you are listening to this, I am probably dead or worse. In the 4 days I have been aboard the SS Astrid, I have found that my research partner and best friend, Jonathan Costello, has disappeared. The only clues I have are what seems to be an audio log and a stack of research notes that he left for me. I'm here to find out what happened. Today is April 7th. This is audio log 1, and I am Dr. Miranda Chien, scientist from the Institute of Advanced Biochemical Research Development. I am on board the research vessel, the SS Astrid. Today is the first day of mobilization, and we will be traveling at 14 knots from Port of Seward, Alaska, and into the North Pacific. I hereby declare that all recordings you hear from this point on have been made by me for purposes of this trip, as requested by my employers, Malix International. This audio log will contain my research notes and diary entries of my daily life on the boat. I give my full permission to use any of the following recordings for educational or informative purposes, for future documentation, and for research follow-up. Right. Let's see. What else? This is my third year doing this cruise. Fairly straightforward. We've just started mod, like I said, so that means forming a work line and sorting through boxes of food, equipment, whatever, moving them onto the ship. Although the workload is lighter this year, arranged by the sponsors, apparently. Nice of them. If I weren't naturally possessed of corporate backing as a principal and the corporate science of industrial complex, I would be over the moon, but I've been taking some time to set up the lab. We've got some really fancy stuff in here. One of the geologists brought in an electron transmission microscope, and I think I saw an XRD machine being lifted in. It's a mixed bag this year. We have about 8 different institutions on board, and about 40 crew members on top of that. I think someone said that we have in total 84 souls. That's a lot more people than what I'm used to, but yeah,
You got a minute? Won't take a sec, I promise. Just doing a head count.
Yeah. You're...
Sebastian Ferguson. I work in the lab right next to yours. I haven't seen you around before.
Yeah, I keep to myself. Can I help you?
It's just that the head count's not really matching up to the manifest, and the management is freaking out a bit. You know how they are. One missing ROV member, and they almost had a stress ulcer.
Okay. Well, I don't know the ROV crew, so...
Right. No, I meant, you were supposed to share a lab bench with, Jonathan Costello. He hasn't showed yet and hasn't given any notice. You heard anything from him?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry, I wish I could help, but I actually haven't really heard from him in a while.
When did you say was the last time you had contact with him?
I didn't, and I don't really remember.
Give me a ballpark.
It must have been August or something, before he left. For a job, I mean. He was recruited to work on a confidential government project thing, and he left in early September. Look, I'm sorry, I really can't help you, but if he shows up, I'll tell you first thing, yeah?
Alright, no worries. I'll leave you to get settled.
Oh my god. I sounded really rude. I'll have to apologize if I run into him later. Right, so backstory. I usually do this trip with my research partner Jonathan, but it would seem he hasn't bothered to show up yet. He got a gig a while back. I think it was for a government contract project, but he didn't clarify. And since then, it's been nothing but radio silence. I was hoping that he would show up, I guess. It's a bit lonely. God, I just wish he would have told me. He's got half the preparation and experiment plans I needed. The only thing I had to go on are secondary data from an old archive that got mailed to me, and it wasn't even the one I sent in for. Anyway, nose to the grindstone and all that. I have so much to do. First task of the ship, check the chambers and specifics of the Jude engine, calibrate the diffusion fluids, double secure the sample subjects, and calibrate the control valve. I'm just a bit disappointed, I guess. I haven't even gotten so much of a phone call from him in 4 months, so I was just... You know what? It's not a big deal. I'll just shout at him when I see him again. Tuesday, 1700 hours, we will officially be on our way in an hour. The lab bench is pretty roomy. I've got enough space to spread everything out on it, for once. It feels weird being the only one going at it alone. Well, more room for me, I guess. No fighting over fridge space this year. Screw you, John, for buggering off, but at least I have this. Oh, thank God. So, okay, I found a big box of notes on my doorstep about a week before I set sail, and they're all first-hand data from like 15 years back. It's the original research that I'm basing my work on. I've been going through them, not very thoroughly, but the last few pages has John's old notes attached. Pretty much just annotations here and there, but more than what I've been given to work with. I've been worrying so much yesterday, I felt like I just aged 5 years. The place of origin, for the record, is Skitsy Research Center for Biochemistry. Okay, if I'm honest, the notes look like the drawings of an enthusiastic child, but the data is there, which is what matters. My purpose on this research cruise is to look into the preservation of organic matter using various methods of containing element 720 alpha. The experiment is based on the research of Dr. Adelaide Montague, who first discovered this in 2002 in the North Pacific. It was a few hundred miles west of British Columbia coast, following a report of a sudden increase in toxicity levels. Originally carried out by Montague's team, the expedition discovered that the entire seabed had become, for a lack of better phrase, frozen in time. Nothing was aging, nothing was healing, nothing was changing. A newly discovered element named 720 alpha was isolated at the site. 720 alpha had isotope-like behaviors, but also electromagnetic and gravitational properties. And it is believed this was the cause of the time freeze. There are certain more eccentric theories that it's some kind of quantum matter. It's not a popular theory. The first of Montague's experiments managed to isolate and replicate 720 alpha. Following this, the Jude engine was built to replicate the conditions of the original site, but it was only the follow-up expedition led by the, again, yes?
I was just wondering if you were joining for orientation. It's in an hour. Everyone else is gathered
Yes,
upstairs.
I'd like to join orientation dinner. And sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to be rude. I wasn't expecting anyone. I'll be up at 6.
Okay. I'll see you then.
Oh. Oh.
Consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Again, it is now 4:49 AM PST, February 12th, PST, February 12th, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, that being said, we do have some updates that we need to go over. First, we're going to start by showing that once again, because of the rampant escalation, intimidation, and tampering of yesterday that took place for the 9 hours from 8 a.m. to 5:22 p.m., I am recording on the Lenovo ThinkPad and will be recording 24/7 going forward offline because Unit207's desperation and criminality is just too much to handle. As you can see, the recording that's running on there has been running for 13 hours and 45 minutes and 37 seconds. My front door is closed as I have been instructed to keep it closed by the FBI since January 2nd, 2025. That's not changed. In fact, there are literally nails in place to prevent the door from opening without you guys once again breaking property, as occurred with the last breaking and entering that you're all going to be convicted for, where you endangered my disabled minors, my sons, that you criminally and illegally abused for the last 13 months directly and with your co-conspirators. And then you premeditated and facilitated the kidnappings of, like was reported for months prior, including direct calls to you asking you not to do that using your co-conspirators, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother. Other updates that are important is the FBI had me make a video that preceded this video. It is available on the livestream channel, and it addresses specifically the criminal conduct of yesterday regarding stalking and regarding the criminal terminations of the live stream yesterday on 2/11 from 8 a.m. to 5:22 p.m., 24 counts total. And it's only 10 minutes and 50 seconds long. And then the preceding live stream to that, 2/11, 5:22 p.m., North Everett Precinct, Unit207, prosecutors et al., conspiracy, fraud, etc., exposed, prison, millions inevitable. That video was the first video that they didn't criminally and illegally end since yesterday at 8 a.m. And again, I think it's fair to speculate it's because that Lenovo ThinkPad recording was put directly on the beginning of that video, as a woman upstairs was real pissed out and bummed about it. So was a man, and you can hear that. It's addressed in the recording. Other than that, let's go over the updates we need to go over, and then we'll play the recording the FBI wants me to play for you. That's 15 minutes long. So Unit 207 has illegally shut off. Oh, you know what? I've been saying 24. I think it might be 23, though. Unit 207 has illegally shut off 23 lives from 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. on 2/11. A male from their unit was outside stalking me at 5:20 before entering their balcony door. Then, timestamp 8 a.m. PST, February 11th, 2025. Update, the criminal conspiracy centered in Unit 207 persists. Yesterday, February 10th, a brief visit by a male individual just before noon, delivering written materials, suggests further coordination and planning. This was followed at 2 p.m. PST by the North Everett Precinct's